It's Thursday, March 5th. Welcome to our 1 p.m. bill hearings. For those of you who may be new to the committee, we have a policy here where the legislators, the bill sponsors, they're not timed, but I would ask those who are presenting, maybe with the exception of Madam Chair here, to keep it under 3 minutes. For those of you who will be following, if you're on a panel, you will be timed 2 minutes. If the clock happens to catch you, please summarize and not continue on with your script. We actually appreciate it more if you just speak from the heart. You usually get your point across directly better. Also, I want to notify those who will be testifying. If you did indeed sign up, you would know if you did because you would have received a confirmation saying that you are signed up. So if there's anyone in the audience who did not receive that, please don't come up to the table because we do follow our process. We try to follow it as strictly as possible. It helps the staff and it helps us with time consumption. We do want to hear what you have to say, and so if you did take the time, we welcome your presence and your testimony this afternoon. So with that said, I do want to say our first bill on the docket is House Bill 1175, but I have to say for the record, it has been withdrawn. So if there's anyone here that was going to testify on House Bill 1175, that bill has been withdrawn as of today by the bill sponsor. With that, we will now continue on, and I'm jumping around to accommodate our Madam Chair for her committee time, Delegate Wilkins, who will be presenting her bill, House Bill 1218.
Could my co-panelists please come up? Thank you. And I'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Janelle Wilkins, and I am pleased to present House Bill 1218, the Safe and Healthy Homes for All Marylanders Act. Mold, rodent infestation, bed bugs, and no heat in some of the coldest temperatures in recent history. No human being should ever have to live in these conditions. These are the pleas for help that I regularly receive from constituents at a building in my district. A message from the Tenant Association on September 25th reads in part, "Honestly, our team was shaken and got goosebumps after what we saw. These tenants have zero sanctuary in their own home. They cannot eat at a table together because it is crawling with roaches. They cannot cook because roaches are everywhere. They cannot retreat to their bedrooms for relaxation because despite changing sheets every other week, they are bitten daily by bed bugs and have to swat insects crawling on their bodies all night." Colleagues, now what action was taken by the property manager after this complaint? The property actually sent someone to reglaze the bathtub, which obviously did not address these very, very serious issues. On Sunday, January 25th, 2026, when most of us were warm in our homes, I was here in Annapolis when we had the snowstorm and even had to cancel session, I received this message. "The heat is still out in the Enclave's A building. It has been out since 9:45 p.m. last night. I have now gotten multiple reports from the C building that the heat is not working. What's going on and what's the plan for this urgent situation?" These are constant and consistent issues in this building spanning years. Deteriorating conditions have been an issue for the last decade, and they've now come to a peak. These living conditions are untenable, and none of our residents should live in properties with this level of health and safety issues that include mold and rodents. HB 1218 is not just about a building in my district. Most legislators likely have a problem building like this in your district or in your county. HB 1218 expands the powers, structure, and authority of the Maryland Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs within DHCD to proactively identify and intervene in properties that have severe health and safety risk for our residents. HB 1218 requires DHCD to identify these properties that pose severe health and safety risks to residents. DHCD and the Office of the Attorney General would identify and take action on a suite of the most impactful and effective interventions. I want to be clear that this bill is focused on the most severe, unhealthy, and unsafe buildings, not your everyday landlords with occasional infractions and citations. This bill is the planning phase of the expansion of Office of Landlord Tenant so that we can identify the interventions, the cost, and staffing needed to effectively expand OTLA. The bill ensures that DHCD, OAG, and counties put their heads together to proactively resolve these types of issues in problem buildings. Existing systems are not working, and we have to take actions for our constituents. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1218.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, members of the committee. Zafar Shah from Maryland Legal Aid. We urge a favorable report on House Bill 1218 and thank Delegate Wilkins for bringing this bill. Maryland Legal Aid operates in all jurisdictions throughout the state, and we see low-income renters facing rampant conditions of disrepair, deferred maintenance, and predatory management practices. And we also see that while some jurisdictions are resourced with code enforcement divisions and other resources, in a largely complaint-driven system across the state, there are others that don't have resources. The state does not have a unifying agenda for meeting the task of substandard housing. Just as developers and policymakers are seeking housing certainty for policymaking and housing across the state, renters also need, on the demand side, that type of certainty. And so we think that 1218 provides a measure of strategy that will bring together local jurisdictions into a strategy and agenda. I'll give you an example. We work with a building in Baltimore City, and we found that working with a tenant association, local housing, and state DHCD, our clients who faced a lack of heat all winter were unable to litigate their way to a solution. And we needed to speak directly with local housing and then DHCD. And in the time it took for all that coordination to happen, our clients were still without heat during the winter. There needs to be a plan that brings these agencies into communication so that they can be proactive rather than reactive and react too late. So we urge a favorable report on House Bill 1218.
Members of the committee, my name is Albert Turner. I'm an attorney with the Public Justice Center. We provide legal advice and representation for tenants, primarily in Baltimore City, but throughout the state of Maryland. We are asking for a favorable report on this bill, which we find to be incredibly important. As the proponents of the bill have already said, having a statewide uniformity on how these type of issues are handled is extremely important. I'll not tell you a Baltimore City story, I'll tell you a Baltimore County story of a person I talked to where they were living in a big unit. The property had not picked up the trash for months. Trash was stacking up. And what was happening was rodents were not only in that trash unit, but they were making their way into each other, into the units as there was. Now, speaking with those tenants as they were organizing together, they were calling their representatives, they were calling DHCD, their local DHCD. However, through the many channels of communication, there was, as Mr. Shaw said, a delay in how enforcement can be done. Now, you can be fined for some of these violations. However, those violations don't always actually come out of the pocket of the landlord, and the tenant is still living in that property with those rodents. In addition, if you are wanting to use escrow, that sometimes requires an attorney, which could be arduous. It could also be a cross file, which could be extensive time of litigation at the cost of the tenant at some points. And there needs to be a way to remedy these issues at the point of the contamination of the rodents. And for these reasons, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jacob Kamich. I work as a supervising housing attorney at CASA, or now we are CASA. CASA is a national organization with over 173,000 members across the nation, but mostly in Maryland, building power and improving the quality of life for working class Black, Latino, Afro-descendant, Indigenous, and immigrant communities. I work as a supervising housing attorney, as I mentioned, and our members speak with me regularly about their landlords, many of whom maintain their properties unsafely and who face little repercussion in doing so. I know from firsthand experience how an unlivable home can impact a family's mental and physical health. I actually once lived in a property where my bathtub regularly filled with sewage. That was when I was in law school studying for my exams. It regularly impacted me and my ability to perform well in my classes. I've worked with tenants with similar issues over the years. I once worked with tenants as a part of a housing clinic that was organized by the tenants in the lobby of their apartment complex. While listening one-on-one to stories of rats that they see each night, heating that simply didn't work, and an elevator that didn't work as well, a fire alarm started to go off. I started to pack up my things, do what I should do as a safe member of the community. And the tenant told me, don't worry, this just happens all the time. Just put your things back down, let's keep talking. None of the tenants moved, they just sat there, stayed still. And I began to realize that this is something that's happening to them regularly, and it's impacting their ability to sleep, just to live there. It's a huge fire risk. At a different apartment complex, about a quarter of the folks that I spoke with had their ceilings collapse at some point during their tenancy. One had suspected that this would happen to her and had set up a security camera overnight just to capture the ceiling as it caved in. You can see in the video a cat run away from it as it collapses. Leaks throughout that building left ceilings covered with black mold, making it difficult to breathe. And I saw cockroaches that were bred in that environment just scurrying around unbothered by me. There's a lot more that needs to be done. The city in that situation really didn't do much. They would inspect it once a year. The landlord would know the exact time when they were coming and paint over things, and nothing really got done. The state needs to take a firm stance in this, and I would appreciate it if you would. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I take questions, I have a quick one myself, and I think it might be towards you, Mr. Shaw, if it's you, to answer. I'm looking at an opposition letter from the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I understand the need for the bill, so let me just preface by saying that. But it's their opinion that this would build a whole new bureaucracy to identify the very properties that local jurisdictions already flagged for predatory landlord practices. They say that it imposes duplicative sanctions, fines, and what have you. So how would you respond to that in the fact that it's happening? So, would you like to take that question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for bringing that to the forefront. The main premise of this bill, colleagues, is that existing tools are not working. If they were working, I wouldn't have these issues with buildings like the enclaves in my district. And I think that as state legislators, we have a responsibility when we have those properties that, again, I'm not talking about your everyday infraction or violation that a landlord has. When we have properties where we are seeing egregious violations of health and safety, that we have an approach at the state level, working with the counties. This does not usurp, it doesn't create a new bureaucracy. It allows DHCD to be able to work with our counties to say, hey, this particular building in Silver Spring and Montgomery County has really severe health violations. We're going to connect with the county. We're going to work with the Attorney General and come together and figure out a plan to correct this once and for all. So I would say that we need more tools in our toolbox. We need state interventions when it comes to the worst of the worst, most challenging properties, and that's what this bill is doing.
Thank you. I'll begin with Delegate Queen, then Chi, and then Ahrens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for bringing this bill, and I understand the concerns we have when what we think should be working well aren't working. So I'm kind of looking at the Office of Attorney General as another who you would be working with in this bill, who also has some letters of information and maybe some thoughts on, or actually have to come out and say that this bill isn't really needed. So what I wanted to get from you is, do we have a model from another state where it's these local issues, because we know most of the housing issues are more locally control, has some of a statewide governing body that we could model?
I think we would be one of the first states to take this approach. And I think that we see all across the country issues with tenants dealing with this level of severe health violations. And I think with us seeing this in our communities, that we have to make sure that the state is taking action. With the Office of the Attorney General, I have met with and talked with them, and they're complaint driven. Our Office of the Attorney General has over 11,000 complaints, colleagues. I would hope that at this point, my tenants have filed filed complaints with the Attorney General. On the same issue that I just mentioned in my testimony, we filed complaints. The tenants have filed those complaints, but they are overburdened. So the approach that this bill is taking is for DHCD to proactively help and intervene with some of these most egregious properties. And remember, the Attorney General's office is dealing with all types of consumer issues, not just housing. We want to target housing violations so that our residents can have healthy and safe and stable homes to live in.
So my other question, and that's the other part of my, the second question, I don't see anything from DHCD. So did they not?
I have met with them, and they seemed supportive. I guess they decided not to go either way with providing testimony, but I have met with them about the legislation.
And did they have some ideas on how it could be implemented?
They were open to, the way that the bill works is that DHCD creates the plan. So this is, for the bill is the first phase of this intervention. Instead of
a statewide plan.
Exactly. They would create the plan on how this can best work. How can they coordinate with a county? In my example, it would be Montgomery County. I've talked with our director about the issues with the building that I referred to. So with our county dealing with so many problem properties all across our county, it would be wonderful to elevate this particular egregious issue or a couple of properties to work with DHCD and Attorney General to really target and intervene. That's where we're trying to get to.
Okay, I think it'd be good to get more feedback from DHCD, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Chair, for focusing on these issues. I think they're pressing and they're totally unacceptable. So my question is related, sort of along the same line of Delegate Quinn about both OAG's letter, and also, interestingly, I did not see one from the HCD. So she asked the question. So my understanding is the need for this bill is so that we have a capacity to address something in real time, because whatever we have, regulation we have, cannot adequately address the severity of the issue in real time, right? Is that right?
Correct, to hyper-focus on the most egregious actors. Once again, my community is pleading with the Office of Attorney General. So I hope that they hear me say, help, come in. If this bill is not needed, then come into my community, fix the issues with the rodents and the rats, file a lawsuit, and let's figure this out so my residents can be safe. So my feedback and my comments around that is that the current tools are not working, colleagues. We do have our counties who are doing the best that they can. They're dealing with a lot of properties. In Montgomery County, we do have a troubled properties list, as you know, which can be very effective. Some of those properties have 2 units, some have 6. The one that I'm referring to has over 1,000 units in our district. So the premise of this legislation is for DHCD and our Attorney General to be able to hyper-focus on these types of properties with the very egregious safety issues to be able to take action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome. You know, I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but I think there's another problem here, that we're bringing the Attorney General into something these departments should be handling today. I sit on the audit committee, and one of the things we run through all the time is the inability for departments to actually handle the complaints they're getting and enforce the rules we have currently. And I think that's the focus of what you're trying to do there, to get them to actually do their job. And I find bringing the Attorney General in may be a big muscle play, and it's a good idea because they're not doing their job. And there's got to be a better way from the secretarial position for them to actually sit back and say, you know what, we're failing the constituents we serve. We get a complaint and it sits. You get garbage piling up one time, that should be the last time. They're supposed to go out there and address this. I regret the bill only because we're having to do something that we should be doing today. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. I believe we are failing our constituents right now.
Well, then how can we maybe go a little further? I know on the audit committee, we just put some fixes in to address some of these problems we're having with departments. But how do you get a whole department to actually say we're going to do it? If you call up certain departments like Department of Social Services, let's say, and say something that they were involved in, you get a delay, you get a push, you get a push, you get a push. And I don't know how this bill is maybe not going to do that. It may affect the landlord, but certainly it's the landlord's responsibility to call. It's the people's responsibility, but we're putting something on a landlord that he has, that's what he relies on government to do, that these people are failing to do what they should do. Why don't we do something within the departments?
So I think this bill is attempting within the departments to expand the role of DHCD. Right now, DHCD has no role when it comes to holding landlords accountable. The main role currently of the Office of Landlord Tenant is to do work around tenants knowing their rights and that type of sort of lighter lift kind of work. But when we have tenants who are crying out for help with these egregious situations, the purpose of this bill is to expand that role of Office of Landlord Tenant to be able to actually weigh in, work with a county agency, work with a landlord. And everything doesn't have to be a hammer. Delegate, I think you're making really good points. If there's an opportunity to work with a landlord who's willing to come to the table and figure things out because the county hasn't been making progress, then we should absolutely do that. But we know that sometimes that higher level intervention, especially when counties are dealing with so many properties, can really be effective. So that's what we're trying to do here.
I agree with you, but I also think these departments have to step up because we are bringing somebody else, and it should be the higher level is that department. That's the higher level. But thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Delegate Adams?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chair. And to follow up on Delegate Arontz's point, and maybe the question goes to the tenant advocates, because we had a meeting yesterday. I don't know if all of you were in the meeting, but please continue those meetings because I'm interested and engaged in the subject matter, as you well know at this point. The bill that Delegate Arentz is talking about that relates to the Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs was effective October 1st of 2025. So we just passed the Tenant Bill of Rights. And so my question is, if we've just started implementing this, and I just pulled this off of DHCD's website, so this Tenant Bill of Rights came into effect in October. If you go to page, to Delegate Arontz's point, just give me a minute. Condition of rental units, so this is page 7 of 14 of this Bill of Rights. Every rental property must be, quote, fit for human habitation, meaning that it must be safe and suitable for people to live in. It must be free from serious defects or conditions that could cause a fire or a serious and substantial threat to your life, health, or safety. And it gives instructions on how to report a problem. So it does say reach out to your landlord. I'm getting ready to get to the question. You can also reach out to your local code enforcement agency and request an inspection. And a citation or violation notice is considered written notice to the landlord. There's also reference to mold-specific requirements that repair and access, that landlords must provide that access. And that if problems are not fixed, it goes through the exercise, which I'm sure this DHCD department would go through. So my question goes like this. If we've just put this in place, have you, as tenant advocates, used the exercise that's already in place under DHCD to handle what it is that this bill is trying to do? And if so, has it worked, or do you think that either we need more time to implement the Tenant Bill of Rights and how it's intended to be used, or do you really think it's not working, what we did last year wasn't effective, and that's why this bill's here? And I really want the advocates to answer this one.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that, Delegate Adams. So Maryland Legal Aid has been in continual conversation with the new Office of Tenant Landlord Affairs. I will remind the committee that it's a sub-agency of 3 staff with, I think, a budget of something like $200,000 or $300,000. They've scaled up. I believe they became an effective agency at the October of 2024. Not 2025. So
well, the Landlord Bill of Rights was effective in 2025. That's when it was required by law that landlords add this to their lease.
And
but go ahead.
You know, as an organization that covers the state, you know, we're getting referrals from that agency and others, and we do the work ourselves. I will say that the goal of the Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs isn't to do the work themselves, but to make sure that organizations like Legal Aid and other civil legal aid organizations have an increased level of visibility for the people who are making complaints and sending those the way of OTLA. I think that's what the theme of this bill is too, is to raise the game, if you will, of all the actors across the state. An analogy I think is actually really important here would be if there was a criminal enterprise or a national security issue that was affecting all of the state, and we were leaving it to jurisdictions, localities themselves, to figure out all of what they need and all the strategies that they need to put in place without help from a plan at the state level. And so I think Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs is positioned to bring stakeholders together with the Attorney General as an enforcement arm to think about what are the bad actors, what is the nature of what's going on, and come up with a strategy, the plan, and the types of not just inspection and legal tools, but also the financial tools that I don't think localities themselves can bring to bear for the problems they're facing.
So you answered my question, and I believe it to be essentially accurate, is that you and your advocacy throughout the state of Maryland do engage with this department, and that no, to Delegate Aarons's point, there's probably not enough people to just bring like a Department of Labor through with wage and hour enforcement. I mean, I don't think you're ever asking for that under this particular bill or even any future expansion of it. What you're trying to do is you're trying to inform tenants of what their rights are, and if they get into a scenario where a landlord doesn't do the right thing, okay, that under the current law, if problems are not fixed, that if your landlord doesn't fix the problem within a reasonable time after you provide notice and the problem threatens life, health, or safety, you have options. File a lawsuit in district court, refuse to pay rent, and issue and use the issues as a defense. Finally, file a rent escrow case, which allows you to pay rent to the court instead of the landlord until the problems are fixed. So the answer, and I'll let you respond, is it resides with you and your advocacy, or an attorney that just does it for a fee and whatever ends up happening. But in these very egregious cases, the ones that I think are being described here, there's already a good place to do this in the court, the district court. It's also, and I'll let you finish, I'll let you answer my question. When you bring in code enforcement, okay, when you bring in a county or municipality's code enforcement, and these are something structural, something that relates to mechanical, HVAC, their citations can lead to condemnation of the property. I mean, that is the ultimate threat against a property owner, is that your conditions are such that it is no longer habitable. And the state of Maryland, DHCD, is never going to be able to come to that conclusion. I'll tell you who can do. A county or a city code enforcement officer who says, we're done, fix it, or we'll condemn your property. So I'll let you answer, but I'm basically saying we've just put this in place, effective October 2025. Shouldn't we just let the process play itself out and use the courts where warranted, and certainly use code enforcement where needed to compel the kind of conduct that you want from landlords that aren't doing the right thing? So.
Good point, Delegate Adams. So the Bill of Rights does provide the information to tenants in their lease or an attachment to the lease, and it opens doors to enforcement actions like you discussed. But those enforcement actions are largely individual private causes in court. So, the question becomes, is it sufficient to put all of the solution for this systemic substandard housing that we see across the state on the shoulders of largely low-income renters? And, at Legal Aid, obviously, we're happy to take cases for those tenants. We can't obviously do all of the cases. There needs to be a preventive solution, I think, is to be succinct, a strategy that promotes preventive solutions, but then also isn't set out to be punitive to landlords. And again, like the example I wanted to elaborate on in my testimony was where we did litigate, and we brought a Tenant Safety Act case under the powers that this assembly provided in 2024 on behalf of 15 tenants. But the truth is that that property owner was going to just have to sell the property because they could not afford to replace the HVAC system, which was causing lack of heat in that property. And so what we needed in that example was for DHCD, which has the financing solutions, and the local Department of Housing, which has the weatherization solutions, to bring those to bear, even as we were trying to tackle the issue in litigation. That landlord needed to be rescued. And you can imagine that that's happening with multifamily buildings across the state. So there's got to be a mix of those individual enforcement actions with more systemic financial and other tools, and just more of a strategy that's holistic. I think that's what this bill provides. And, we are at a short window into this Bill of Rights period, but it's actually going to make it more important that we have these solutions in a plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing the bill. You mentioned something about how Montgomery County has like a list of landlords, like problem landlords.
Yes.
I think I just mentioned that not too long ago. How does one get on that list, and what happens after they're on the list?
Thank you for that question. So yes, several years ago, Montgomery County passed a problem property list. And a property gets on that list when they have a certain amount of violations. So once they meet that threshold in Montgomery County, they get on the list. The list is public, and there's a report that happens each year. And when a property is on that list, a couple of things happen. One, they get 100% inspections each year. They have to also submit a corrective plan on how they're going to correct those measures that got them on the list in the first place. And because Montgomery County has rent stabilization, there's also a provision on limits on how much they're able to raise their rent as well. And so each year they're responsible, the property manager is responsible for showing how they've made those corrective measures. And so I'm glad you brought that up, because as it relates to this bill, you have a county that's doing a lot of work to try to mitigate these types of issues. I'm in communication with our director, and I do believe that my county is working really hard with trying to address these problem properties. But when you have so many properties that you are trying to deal with, and you have this one really big building that's over 1,000 units, having the intervention in place in my county, being able to bring in the powers of DHCD, the Office of the Attorney General, which has taken no action on this, despite this building being a very notorious building throughout the state and my county, being able to proactively take those actions would really help to make sure that residents are living in safe and healthy homes.
Okay, and who maintains the list?
DHCA, which is our county housing agency.
Okay.
And my understanding is that Baltimore City has also recently announced something similar.
I think it's a great idea.
It is. It is.
And then, so, OTLA is in the governor's office,
In
right?
DHCD.
It's in DHCD.
In the housing department, yes.
Oh, it's in DHCD, not in the,
Correct.
because I thought it was the governor's office of tenant and landlord affairs?
No, it's a unit within Maryland
DHCD.
DHCD.
Oh, okay, so they're already under there. Okay, I think, so are you trying, would OTLA, could this list, or creating a list like this, or an opportunity for properties to be on this, would that be under OTLA?
Yes, so identifying throughout the state, those most egregious properties, so not just in Montgomery County, of course, but all over the state where we have properties that continue to have these severe health violations. We're talking about mold, we're talking about rodents, we're talking about bed bugs and those things that really create health risks for our residents. Being able to target and work with those property managers in that county for the most egregious actors until they are brought up to the level of standard that they should be for our residents.
And then
So
when
that's what we're seeking to do.
when they're brought up to the standards, they come off the list?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Delegate Fennell?
My question's been answered. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Delegate Wilkins, you're more than welcome to stay there while you have your other favorable witness here. Tanya Chestnut.
Good evening, committee. Once again, my name is Tania Chestnut. I am the president of Progressive Maryland's Enclave Tenant Association, the famous Enclave. Also, I'm here to support House and Justice Montgomery, and I have another complex, Spring Park, and there's another one recently, Avenel in PG County. So with the Enclave itself, we all know lots of times it has many issues. We have been notorious of being on the trouble property list. We have been on there for many years now. Even though they have tried to do certain things, it still has not worked. We have many tenants who have rats, they have mice, bed bugs, roaches, you name it, they got it. There's plenty pipes that have burst, especially recently. We have issues with our elevators. I could just go on and on for many issues that we have. And some of these other locations have similar issues, especially when it comes to mice and also the roaches. So this creates many issues for lots of these tenants. I've seen pictures and actually some residents in person, babies that have been from the mice that come in. Sometimes the property is not able to get control of this quickly. So you have droppings all over the person's apartment. They go in their clothes, they go in their food cabinets. They have to throw away lots of things. So they're out of money. You know, this is not even just affecting their health. It's affecting their finances quite a bit because they have to pay those medical bills, but they also have to buy more food. Okay, they also have to keep on cleaning up. They have to keep their children safe. So, you know, this bill is really important to us. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chestnut, for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing that there are no other questions or witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1218. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Rose, House Bill 1024.
Good afternoon. For the record, Delegate April Rose, here to present House Bill 1024. I'm here today to support this bill. House Bill 1024 arose, of course, out of the transmission line situation that we've been dealing with in Baltimore, Carroll, and Frederick counties. This bill would ensure that land voluntarily placed under permanent ag preservation or conservation easements, often at significant cost to landowners through reduced property value and development rights, cannot be seized for public projects, preserving the integrity of these easements. Agricultural preservation and conservation easements are vital tools for protecting Maryland's farmland, open spaces, rural character, and environmental resources. Landowners enter these agreements in good faith, often sacrificing substantial future value to benefit the public through sustained agriculture, wildlife habitats, water quality protection, and scenic preservation. Allowing eminent domain appropriations of such land undermines the trust and incentives behind these programs. It discourages future participation and threatens the long-term viability of Maryland's agricultural economy, especially in rural areas where farmland preservation is critical. And in Carroll County, that's still our #1 industry. This bill does not eliminate eminent domain entirely. It carves out a narrow, reasonable exemption for permanently protected easement properties, respecting the voluntary bargains made between landowners and the public. It strengthens property rights, upholds the spirit of conservation programs, and ensures that once land is locked into perpetual protection, it will remain so. And I ask you for a favorable vote for House Bill 1024. I would like to note, in your packets, there are 32 letters of support, one against, which was with MDOT. I've spoken with MDOT, with Matt Mickler and April Mahler, and we are working on an amendment to address their concerns, because they were not to be part of, be affected by the bill. And while the bill does state that they're basically not, they wanted some clarifying language, and we're working on that now. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doug Rose. I did note that they were the only opposition under testimony. So seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have one favorable with amendment, Spencer Rhoda. Spencer Rhoda. Okay, no Spencer Rhoda. Seeing no further witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1024. We'll now move on to House Bill 1221. Delegate Foley.
Madam Chair, may I bring up my panel? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama. It's good to see you. Vice Chair Charkoudian and members of the Economic Matters Committee, thank you for the opportunity to present HB 1221. I'm urging, obviously, a favorable report on this bill, which is short-term rental units, fire safety, the Jillian and Lindsay Weiner Short-Term Rental Fire Safety Act. I do want to acknowledge that also helping me with this bill is Delegate Tom Hutchison from the Eastern Shore. He, like I, very much care about this issue, and I think as we go through this hearing, you'll understand why. I'm Delegate Foley, as I said, and the Jillian and Lindsay Weiner Short-Term Rental Fire Safety Act requires short-term rentals to equip their dwellings with appropriate, adequate, and up-to-date fire safety measures while requiring counties to confirm and enforce these requirements. This bill came about because in 2022, Montgomery County sisters Lindsay and Jillian Weiner, only 19 and 21 years old at the time, tragically died while vacationing at a short-term rental property with their family in New York State. A fire broke out while the family was sleeping. Parents Louis and Alyssa Weiner, Alyssa's with us here today, were able, thankfully, to escape and called for their children to do the same. Louis, the father, went back into the home to try to save his children, but became overwhelmed by the flames. And their son, Zach, also thankfully, although he attempted to save his sisters, he survived, but he attempted to save his sisters, but he only survived because he had to jump from an upstairs window due to the flames and an exit that was blocked. So as I said, Alyssa Weiner is here with us today, and you're going to hear more about her and her family and her nearly 4 years of advocacy to have short-term rental safety reform across our state and across the nation. She's joined here today with many family and friends who are sitting here in the gallery to support her in this crusade. This tragedy should never have happened. The home listed on a short-term rental platform indicated it had smoke detectors. Yet these detectors couldn't be heard on the second floor when the fire broke out, nor were they properly connected. This bill could prevent a tragedy like this from happening here in Maryland. Tragedies such as this one should never be allowed to happen in our state. If individuals want to use their home as businesses, there should be a minimum set of fire safety requirements in place to assure that all those traveling and using that home as lodging are safe in our state. So that's why I'm bringing forth this bill. A couple of things I'd like to say before I turn it over to let you hear Alyssa's sad but important story. There are booking services for these short-term rentals, as we all know. Airbnb, Vrbo, there are others. Those are the big ones. The booking services as defined in this bill, which operate in Maryland, under the bill, will need to notify and confirm with hosts that their homes meet the safety requirements in the bill. And we have sponsor amendments that will clarify that this notification can be digital and online, as requested by the industry representatives. I want to say that it is extremely important that the hosts are able to provide the booking services with documentation of their inspection that these devices are working in working order and that they comply with this bill. This is one of the most important parts of the bill, as you will hear from Alyssa in her testimony. While reading testimony for this bill, I also noticed several well-intentioned amendments. Some of them we've accepted. However, there also are some that simply undermine the intent of this bill and safety for renters and short-term rentals. And as for the arguments about costs, operational costs and so forth, I just would pose to the committee, how much is a life worth? How much is a life worth? And we're already going to hear that the lives of these two young women are priceless. And so, however much there is for these minimal standards is worth it, for sure, in my opinion. There are over 100 favorable testimonies submitted on this bill. You can see them on your floor system. This bill really, really matters. It matters to the Weiner family. It matters to the firefighters who are supporting us on this bill and to the fire officials who are supporting on this bill. And it matters to Marylanders so that they are safe when they sign up for short-term rentals. Unfortunately, the Weiners are not the only people who have experienced this kind of tragedy. It's happened several times across the country, as we said, in New York, in Wisconsin, in Florida, and this bill will help save lives here in Maryland. Alongside me today is Chief Bob Phillips of the Maryland State Firefighters Association. He is also part of the bipartisan Fire EMS Coalition led by Senator Mike McKay, where representatives of the Maryland Fire Chiefs Association, MSFA, Maryland Fire Rescue Institute, Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services, Metro Fire Chiefs Association, Professional Firefighters of Maryland, and the Office of the State Fire Marshal have discussed and all expressed support for this bill. We have also been working with the Maryland Association of Counties on this bill, and they are represented on this panel too. So I urge you, from my heart, but also as a legislator and as someone who really cares about the safety of Marylanders, please give this bill a favorable report. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions. And now I'd like, Madam Chair, if Alyssa Weiner could address the committee.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sure, I'll hold that for you. My name is Elisa Weiner. I'm a resident of Montgomery County. I wish with everything I have, the story I am about to share wasn't mine. I'm here today. Take your time. Okay. Because my beautiful daughters, Jillian and Lindsay, are not. I'm here because I have a responsibility to make sure that the tragedy that happened to my family does not happen to anyone else. Jillian was a rising senior at the University of Michigan. She was adventurous, silly, soulful, resilient, and daring. She was an environmental science major, and she planned to save the coral reefs. Jillian would have been 25 years old today. Lindsay was a rising sophomore at Tulane. She was only on campus for one semester, but everyone knew her. She was kind, compassionate, and exuberant. She was passionate about combating anti-Semitism. Lindsay would have been 23 years old today. I am here because my family rented a vacation home. We trusted that the home we rented was safe and that the safety checklist provided to us by VRBO was accurate. Our story is a nightmare. Nothing will change the outcome of that night for my family and me, but I know this bill will save lives. On August 3rd, 2022, at 3:30 in the morning, my husband Lou and I woke to the sound of shattering glass, not a blaring smoke alarm. I have no idea what temperature it takes glass to shatter and break, but by the time we were awakened, the kitchen was on fire. Our 3 children were asleep upstairs, and we could not reach them. My son, Zach, miraculously jumped from the second-floor window. I was expecting Jillian and Lindsay to follow, but they never did. If the home we rented had been equipped with smoke detectors, I would not be standing here before you today. Currently, short-term rental platforms do not verify safety information or require proof of functioning smoke detectors. This bill provides essential fire safety guidelines. I want to highlight the most important aspects. Short-term rentals must have functioning smoke detectors with annual inspections. Homeowners must upload written proof of those safety inspections before platforms list them. I want to thank Delegate Linda Foley and her Chief of Staff, Dan Alpert, for taking on this important issue and making it a priority. I urge you to pass this essential and common sense bill. It will save lives, and it could have prevented the tragic loss of Jillian and Lindsay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here in support of House Bill 1221. I don't think that there's much more that I can add. We strongly urge a favorable report. This is about keeping kids and families safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Economic Matters. I'm Chief Bob Phillips. I've been a volunteer firefighter for 47 years, and that's passed. I'm here because of things like this. I'm speaking to you because in the fire service, we have a saying, it's a mantra. If we can predict it, we can prevent it. We don't have to predict this. You've already heard it's happened. How do we prevent it? This bill goes a long ways. Nothing is perfect, but this bill goes a long ways to prevent this in the future. Yes, we have a lot of rules, regulations, codes, standards, and laws and everything else. But when they were not followed, when there's no mechanism to make sure that the inspections are done when they're supposed to be done, no mechanism to make sure that people do what they're supposed to do, then we have situations like this, and you've already heard the outcome. This bill does 4 main things. It creates a registry. This registry is at the local level. Registries create the possibility and the mandate of inspection. Inspections have lists. What are we supposed to be looking for? Do we see everything? This way, we can get these inspections so that this will not happen again. It also goes to the point that it is going to require the smoke and the CO alarms be installed to a standard. That will be inspected every year. There will be exit information so that a person in a strange residence in time of emergency has got some idea what they're supposed to do and how they do it and where they go with it. These are things that, if they had taken place, this bill might not be here today. That's a tragedy in and of itself, but we wouldn't be speaking about this lady's family and what has happened to them because we don't have this. I represent the MSFA as their legislative chair, and we strongly support a favorable report on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Ms. Weiner, we're so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. Seeing that there are no questions, we'll move on to the next panel. We do have a virtual favorable of Robert Bindeman?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to testify virtually in support of the Jillian and Lindsay Weiner Short-Term Rental Fire Act. I'll keep my remarks brief, especially given the likely bipartisan support for this bill. My name is Robert Bindeman. I own and operate multifamily rental communities in Montgomery County, Maryland, and I recently developed a new apartment community in Chevy Chase that opened in 2024. This is the jacket that I wore regularly on site during construction. Along the sleeve, it looks like red paint, but in fact, it's fire caulk, a heat-resistant sealant used to close gaps and penetrations in walls, floors, and ceilings to prevent the spread of flames, smoke, and toxic gases. I keep this jacket as a reminder that when we provide housing, resident safety must come first. On our construction team and with other property managers, we repeat a simple principle: details matter. If individual homeowners wish to participate in the short-term rental business, there is no reason that they should not meet the same life safety standards required of multifamily housing providers. This is why inspections or proof of compliance are so important. Renters sometimes unknowingly create risks, such as disabling smoke detectors or blocking passive egress. This must be regularly prevented. At our building, our certificate of occupancy was delayed because we had to shorten a handrail by 2 inches. When life safety standards come down to inches in regulated housing, but an entire short-term industry can operate without comparable oversight, the law should be updated. Fire does not care whether a unit is a hotel, an apartment, or a short-term rental. Safety standards should not either. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions for you. We'll move on to the next virtual favorable, Siddharth Sheth. That witness is not present. We will now move on to favorable with amendments. We have Lisa May and Jamie Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors here, favorable with amendments. And we greatly appreciate the sponsors' efforts to address the horrible situation that you just heard and to prevent them from happening in the future. But we do believe the bill as drafted needs additional clarification to work in practice, which we've outlined in our written testimony. Issues like the exit diagram, the emergency number posting, the fire extinguisher, those are probably pretty easy to work out with a little bit of additional clarification. But those regarding the inspection process and operator liability might be a little bit harder. Based on the standards that are outlined in the bill, our members stated they would need to physically inspect their short-term rental units before and after each stay to make sure that those alarms are still functioning. A lot can happen over the course of a week or even a year in terms of the status of smoke detectors and smoke alarms. And if the worst happens during a stay, what type of liability does that open the operator up to if they did not ensure that those systems were functioning exactly before and exactly after a stay? The annual inspection procedures also, we think, need a little bit of attention, particularly because there's no period for the owner to cure defects when an inspector finds a violation. Let's say they find an expired smoke detector. What happens then? Is there a period for the owner to go and install a new one or replace the batteries? What procedure then do they have to follow? Do they have to get a new inspection all over again? Also, what happens if an inspector is not available at the 1-year mark? The bill does not say. Do they need to cancel their bookings that they have if, it's 1 year and 1 day past the inspection? So we think these are worthy of consideration. We're happy to work on the answers to these questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jamie Gregory here representing Airbnb. And I just want to note at the outset, obviously this was a tragic event in New York. The property in question was not listed through Airbnb, in fact, was not even on our platform. I just want to say that up front. But Airbnb does take public safety and fire safety very seriously. And in fact, when you sign up to be a host, part of that checklist is, do you have a working smoke and CO2 monitor in the unit? And if not, Airbnb will send you one for free. As of December 31st, Airbnb has distributed 294,000 combined smoke and CO2 monitors. We are requesting 2 amendments. The first, the sponsor mentioned she has accepted that communications with hosts should be through online resources. That makes sense. We're a tech company. We communicate through email and electronic services. The second has to do with where the documentation should be retained. We argue it should be retained at the local level by the host with stipulation that it must be produced on request, be it from the guest, be it from the fire inspector, be it from anybody from the city. It doesn't really make sense for the documentation to be at the platform level, especially when the online data privacy bill that was passed 2 years ago limits access to public-private or personal private information. So that's one. We're still talking to the sponsor about that, but it would be one thing for some kind of check mark, has an inspection occurred, but actually storing the documentation at the platform level to us does not make sense.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll start with Vice Chair Charkoudian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand some of the technical amendments, and I spoke to the sponsor earlier because I'm very interested in fire safety and have had bills along these lines myself as well. So, but Ms. May, I'm trying to understand what you just said, which sounded like you don't want to have to inspect between, your membership doesn't want to have to inspect between each stay. And if you don't inspect between each stay and the systems malfunction, then you don't want to be responsible for that. Was that your testimony?
I think we just need clear standards for our members to know that I am trying to comply with these standards in good faith. I need to know what procedures I need to follow. And that's what we're asking for. And what we see in the bill right now, there are just a number of areas that are silent. And we would appreciate from a business owner standpoint to have those more clearly laid out so that the property owners know exactly what standards they're going to be held to. And if, heaven forbid, the worst happens, we know that lawsuits will be incoming. We know that. The property owner needs to defend themselves and have a way to show I complied with this law the way that I was supposed to. So that's all we're asking, is for some clarification on these provisions.
So if the expectation is that with every stay, a resident is going into a home that has functional alarm systems, right? That's a reasonable expectation. That's what we would want, I think, to put in place. You want to know, does the inspection have to happen between each stay? That would be something you would want to have written explicitly in the bill. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think we do need some guidance there. For instance, I happened to stay at a rental property over the weekend. At 2 a.m., the smoke detector started chirping, right? We've all had that happen. So what did we do? We took the smoke detector off the wall. We took the batteries out so that we could all go back to sleep. That could very easily happen during a stay. That's an occupant action, not an owner action, and we haven't addressed that here either. So again, we just want to know what the standards are to reduce operator liability while still maintaining the safety of residents in the Airbnb.
So let me just ask it this way. So given that possibility that one occupant removes the smoke detector, doesn't put it back before, or doesn't inform the landlord. Then the next occupant comes in.
Right.
And there's a fire. So given that that's a possibility, would you support an amendment that does require that that inspection take place between every single stay?
I can certainly take that back to our members.
And do you have an idea of how they might position? Here's my fear. And this is why I'm trying to have this conversation on the record. My fear is that the position is going to be that you don't want to have to do inspections between every stay, which I can understand why people would say they don't want to do it, but then you also don't want to be liable if something happens. And I don't think you can have it both ways. So if you're looking for the clarity, I think the clarity is going to be you have to make sure that when the next person comes in, the systems are working. And so I think that's what we're going to need to have. And I hope that you're working, with the sponsor to make sure that we have that clarity that ensures that safety. Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Seeing there are no further witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1221. We'll now move on to House Bill 1132. Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Lisa, did you want to come? Do you mind if I bring up one of my supporters here? All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terrassa here with House Bill 1132, Keeping Affordable Housing Affordable Act, which will help address the housing in some of our most affordable for-sale homes, which are condos and townhomes. The problem is that condos and townhomes are often the first point of entry into the real estate market for first-time buyers, young families, and Marylanders seeking attainable homeownership. However, escalating condominium and homeowner association resale fees are making these homes more expensive and in some cases harder to purchase than they need be. So what's a resale package? If you live in a homeowners or condo association and decide to sell your house, you're required by law to provide the buyer with a resale package, which contains information about the individual home being purchased and financial standing of the association. This provides an important level of transparency and also consists of the governing documents of an association as well as information about potential litigation, special assessments that may be forthcoming, and other important information that may affect potential buyers' purchase decisions. This is usually done by a realtor. So if you bought or sold a home in a condo or association lately, you may not have realized this was even a thing. However, a couple of years ago, I happened to sell my home for sale by owner, which gave me a unique insight into this process, as well as an understanding about some of the concerns I've heard. I heard from a number of realtors, for example, that this process has become cumbersome, and also heard concerns that the related fees have become excessive. You would think this process would be simple. You call your homeowners association, they send a copy of the documents to you and directly to your seller, and maybe they charge a few bucks for having to find them on the computer and hitting send. But what happens instead is HOAs have community management companies, and those companies contract out to third parties sometimes, who basically, they work on the resale package for you. So in my case, and this was several years ago, so it's gone up since then, I was charged, now let me say this first. I live in two homeowners associations. I live in Columbia Association, so I went to get my resale package from them. This is Columbia. You'll know more about Columbia Association if you haven't heard about it in your committee yet. I went in, I got a packet for $25. But for my HOA, I was charged $295 plus $10 credit card surcharge. And according to the third-party site I had to go to, there was an additional $100 fee if I wanted it within 22 days, but it was due within 20 days. So that really meant I needed to pay an extra $100 if I wanted the documents on time. Fortunately, I had a very cooperative buyer. I knew they would wait. I knew they weren't canceling. So it was fine, so I didn't end up paying that. And I'd also note that the site I had to use was very confusing and cumbersome. When we went to settlement, I was surprised again. It turned out the mortgage company has to confirm with the HOA that the time between when the resale package was sent and the resale package and the closing, no additional violations or delinquencies have occurred. So my HOA management company charged another $150. So I ended up paying, you can see how these add up fast. I ended up paying $455 just for these documents. And if I'd paid the fees to get the documents on time, that would have been $555, and these have only gone up since. So what my bill does is addresses these concerns by modernizing and harmonizing the resale disclosure laws under the Condominium Act and the Homeowners Association, and making 3 key improvements. It limits and clarifies resale package fees. In the years since the current fee caps were established, technology has helped bring these costs down. As you know, nobody's FedExing these packets, nobody's standing at a copier making copies, digging them out of a big file cabinet somewhere. These are all online. Our law allows fees to increase every 2 years, and even before the add-on fees, they're commonly charging outside the statutory authority. So this bill prevents excessive and duplicative charges that are increasing closing costs for buyers and sellers in affordable homes. It also updates processing timelines and notice requirements to reflect modern practices. The current law was written for an earlier era when hard copy delivery was standard, and this is obviously not the case today. It conforms inconsistent provisions between the Condo and HOA Act. And so in terms of affordability, resale packages purchases are mandatory. Buyers cannot complete a purchase without them, and they are available from exactly one provider, which means there's no ability to shop around or negotiate those fees. When those fees become, unlike title fees, for example, you can go to a different title company. But it means there's no ability to shop around for those fees, and when those fees become inflated or inconsistent as they are now, they directly undermine housing affordability for the very units intended to be the more accessible at a more accessible price point. HB 1132 seeks to enforce the maximum fees that may be charged to to the seller for the resale package to only those that are listed in statute. HB 1132 does not prevent associations from recouping costs of providing resale packages. There was some talk about being paid for the risk, but I didn't see any information exactly about how you would define that risk and why, and whether they legitimately believe it's that risky. I don't have that information, maybe they do. However, it does prevent the package delivery process from becoming a profit center, often on the backs of home buyers and sellers, while helping ensure the condominiums and townhouses remain an attainable entry into home ownership. This is a reasonable bill that helps clarify timelines for complying with law and keeps homeowners from getting gouged by exorbitant fees during a significant financial transaction when they are selling their homes. I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1132.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. You've heard us on other bills this session talking about the need for greater oversight of the condo and HOA resale process. As the sponsor described, there are inconsistencies currently between the Condo and HOA Acts in terms of processes. In the Condo Act, the delivery timelines are 15 days before closing. In the HOA, 20 days after contract signing. These should be conformed. The HOA Act has additional notice when fees increase 10% or there's a material change to the disclosure, while the Condo Act does not. These should be conformed. And then we get to the resale packet fees that Delegate Terrassa described. We've had many conversations over the years with legislators, with community association representatives on how to get a handle on resale packet fees with very little luck. Even getting an agreement to stick to the fees that the General Assembly has established in law has been met with resistance. And that leads to a lot of understandable frustration from our members and from their clients when the law says one thing, but the invoice that they receive says another. When they're mandated to pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars for an electronic document that is delivered in a couple of hours, sometimes less. So we thank Delegate Terrassa and the other legislators that we've had these conversations with over the years who have tried to address this issue, and we ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Delegate Ahrens.
Great bill, by the way. I noticed, I started to look at the bill and look at the talking points and the people came in on it. I don't see anything from the opposition. And I know for a fact that they're really outrageous with these charges. And I don't see any, did you bring this by any of these companies that actually provide the HOAs and stuff, the documents?
Yes, but first of all, thank you. Second of all, I saw testimony in opposition. Is that, yeah, from, I believe CAI and.
Okay, okay, I do see it, yes. Just, Lisa, just for my sake, when you talk to these people, you obviously run into this more than we do because we always complain about it. I see that when we've looked at this and we tried to do some things before and get some reasonable requests from our own HOAs, they find another way to do it. And, you know, the expediting something, if you need it between the days, I think the dates and putting that out there. Is that something that closing agents are all okay with? Do you know that?
I can't speak for the closing agents, no. I can speak for our members who, as you said, have experienced add-on fees in addition to what's outlined in the code. Sometimes they split hairs between, well, the association is charging this, but then the management company is charging that. And when you add them together, that's how they get around those limits. So we've also heard that they will delay sending the seller the documents until they have the buyer's name. By the time you have the buyer's name, now you have to pay the expedited delivery fee. So we hear about those types of things happening quite often.
What we run into, though, is when I sell a home and I get that packet, I have to provide a packet for financing, what have you. Do these dates coincide with at least agreement with them? Do you know that they can meet them?
So we had discussion with CAI, I believe 2 years ago, when I believe Delegate Terrassa and Senator Waldstreicher put in the first version of this bill. We had requested the 15 days before closing. I believe the community associations folks had preferred the 20 days post-contract. But if it's based upon the contract date, that is more of a date certain. But it also means that if you don't have those documents in 20 days, the transaction's more likely to fall apart. You cannot move the settlement date in order to save the transaction, as the delegate described in her situation. So I think we can work with either, but the fact that the condo and the HOA acts differ creates a lot of confusion, particularly for potential buyers who might be looking at both townhomes and condos in their home search.
All right. Good bill, by the way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bonus, Delegate Terrassa. That's high praise. Seeing no further questions, and yes, no further questions. So I'll move on to the unfavorables. Cynthia Kent.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Cynthia Kent. I'm with the Maryland Legislative Action Committee for Community Associations Institute. I hope you will be patient with me as I usually teach the resale disclosure law for 3.5 hours to the realtors, but I have 2 minutes and 1 minute and 41 seconds. This is a resale package from 1987. This is a more elaborate resale package from 2025. I'm here to debunk the myth that the production of a resale package is a push the button. There are 3 parts to it. One is the documents, which can be reproduced fairly easily, but the association certificate is a wealth of information that buyers need, and that is not a push of the button. Let me give you an example. In the condominium setting, there are 14 different disclosures. 6 of them are financials. Maryland has mandated reserves, and many of the condominiums are doing those reserves, which means they have multiple bank accounts now because they are doing those reserves. Those financials go into this resale certificate. This is something that the buyers need to know about, whether there's reserves and what are those reserves and are they adequate. That has meant more financial management. The management companies are accountable for mistakes. There are cases that have held them accountable and said they are accountable under the Condominium Act or the HOA Act or under the Consumer Protection Act. So they are taking a very large risk. There was a $1 million judgment that was overturned by the Court of Appeals, and then that case was settled. If the fees are reduced or the timing is reduced, then the management companies are going to struggle to provide this service, and some of them have even indicated to me that they might not provide the service. Then where does the condominium association go? Parallels, two of them. 11109 requires that we give the financials within 21 days if an owner makes a request. That's a similar situation. And as far as settlement costs go, let's talk about, I have friends who are title companies and realtors.
Ms. Kent,
okay?
Ms.
But they
Kent,
are
can you,
charging
Ms. Kent, can you summarize? Can you wrap up your
And
testimony?
I request an unfavorable, there are parts of this that we can work with, but the timing of the resale package and the cost we cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question with Delegate Ahrens.
Just briefly, I heard most of what you said, but how often do you update, when you have a change in your bylaws, you have a change in anything, how often do you update? Don't you update real time?
The problem with the resale package is it is a point in time, and it has to be tailored for that particular unit. So there are parts of it that are updated, and then there are other parts of it that need to be updated when that request comes in.
Would it help you if we could put something in there to stay the most current?
It is a snapshot in time. In other words,
I understand
this
it's a
was on
snapshot in time. When you
particular
update,
day.
if you get a change, let's say you have a meeting, a hearing, and you guys vote on changes, you update those changes on July 15th.
Yeah.
And then I asked for these things on July 17th or whatever, that date. If you gave it your latest version of these things, the most current updated version you have, isn't that acceptable?
I agree with you that the documents can be updated relatively quickly and are. In fact, they're filed in the land records and they are effective. It is the financials and the financial management and some of the other things. You may have a change in the insurance policy and therefore you have to put new insurance information in.
But my question was, if we said to you that you give me your most current financials, meaning whatever day they are, they may be getting updated in 2 weeks. Would that help you out on this bill?
That's what's done anyways, but it's a
Well, it's
matter
not
of putting
because, you
it
know
all
what, we are
together.
waiting extended period times for things, and I can't understand that because most people keep track of these things. And when I ask for a document where HOs haven't changed for years, it still takes me a long time to get them. And I'm saying if we could help you out and say, if you give us your most recent statistics or most recent package, that should suffice.
They
Not
still
holding
need
you-
that 20 days, Delegate. They still need that 20 days. If they have a holiday in between, 10 days is not enough. If you have somebody who's out sick who usually handles those packages, that 10 days is not enough. And let me give you an example. We just had 2 major winter events. We are getting the invoices in from everybody's snow removal and ice removal costs. Those costs may lead to a special assessment.
Remember, I'm asking for the last part of you did, but I appreciate it. Never mind. We're not going to agree. I just think what I'm asking for is, I just want a snapshot of the last time you updated your files. Everything was updated. If you do it monthly, then I get that June 1st. If you have other changes between June and July, that should be out of this. As long as I've given you my most current snapshot of what's going on with the HOA. I don't think that's going to take that kind of time. But
it does take that kind of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other
I see no additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Kent, for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you all very much for your time and attention. This is very
Absolutely.
important. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we do time people, but I thank you for taking time out of your schedule. Seeing no further questions and no further witnesses, that concludes the bill here on House Bill 1132. We'll now move on to House Bill 1098, our honorary committee member, Delegate Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm back. I know you guys were wondering where I was the last couple weeks. It's all as well. You know, I was just in other committees, but I haven't forgotten y'all. For the record, my name is Vaughn Stewart still, and this is House Bill 1098. So imagine that, let's say you're 67 years old, and I know we've got some Prince Georges on the committee, so let's say that you live in Prince George's County, and you're 67, you've spent your whole life paying off your house. You've worked hard, you've paid it off, you own it free and clear, no mortgage. But then you get sick. Let's say you get cancer. And then the government oversees a process where they take your house in a share of sale. Because let's say you got behind on your bills, you owe some money, they take your house, they give the money from the proceeds from the house sale to a credit card company, and they hand you a check for $31,575. That exact process happens virtually every day in Maryland, and that is the current process for what is called a homestead exemption. A homestead exemption is basically a force field around your home. It essentially says, and most states have these, it basically says that if you owe creditors money, whether you go through bankruptcy or outside of bankruptcy, we're gonna protect a certain dollar amount of your home, because that's your nest egg, that's your home, that's what you poured all your money into and your time into, and we're gonna protect some dollar amount so that it's not taken from you. Unfortunately, Maryland's force field is only $31,575. So for a state where the average home sells for between $450,000 and $490,000 and climbing every day, that $31,575 force field is almost meaningless. It's like taking a $31 umbrella to a hurricane. Doesn't do much. And so if you look at other states, Maryland is an extreme outlier on this issue. Texas and Florida, for example, they have unlimited homestead exemption. So if you own a $2 million house, it's fully protected. None of it will be taken into bankruptcy. None of it will be used to pay off creditors. If you look at Massachusetts, they go up to $500,000. Arizona protects $150,000. Nevada protects $605,000. It's not a partisan issue. In fact, a very conservative lieutenant governor of Texas, his name is Dan Patrick, he's made it essentially his mission in office to expand Texas's homestead exemption. And he's basically led a single person crusade to increase it from $14,000 when he first got into office, I think as a member of their state house, to now it's $150,000. And so what this bill does is pretty simple. At first, it raises our base exemption from that $31,000 to $150,000, basically where Texas is at, for most homeowners, except we also have a higher threshold of $300,000. We double it if you're a veteran and if you're a homeowner over 60 with a disability. So if you're a disabled senior or a veteran, you get higher. You get $300,000 of protection. We also index both numbers to inflation so they don't ever erode again like the current number has been eroding. And we also do a, I think, important tweak here, which is that we extend these protections to when you have a home in a revocable living trust, which is what attorneys generally advise people put their homes in, because then it bypasses probate, especially seniors. If you haven't already done that, it's good to put your home, no matter how old you are, in a revocable living trust, except for under current Maryland law, you don't get any homestead exemption if you have your home in a revocable living trust. So we fix that. And I want to make one other fundamental fairness point here, which is that under current Maryland law, if you have a retirement account of, let's say you have $4.5 million in your retirement account, that's fully protected from creditors. In a bankruptcy or outside of bankruptcy, no one can touch a dime of your retirement account, even if you have millions of dollars in it. But a $50,000 paid off, let's say, trailer, mobile home, $50,000 mobile home trailer. That could be often the only asset that an elderly person on a fixed income even has. That's barely protected at all. And so, I think if we can find enough money, if we can have it in our hearts to protect wealthy people's retirement accounts, I think we should follow Texas's and Florida's lead here and protect retirees' homes as well. So I want to address the opposition. They didn't come, which I think is a good sign, right? Usually if people really hate a bill, they come, in my experience. So they're not here, which is nice. We don't see Mr. Inton in the back, though I do miss him. The bankers and the mortgage bankers have both submitted written testimony there, and they make kind of pretty classic arguments against the bill. They say that it will raise mortgage rates, it'll restrict credit, it'll increase interest rates, and these are all serious sounding arguments, so I want to address them one by one. First, the mechanics of this. The exemption protects only the equity above the mortgage. So if you're a secured creditor with a mortgage lien, you still get paid first. So we're not messing with bankers' mortgages at all. We're talking about equity after the mortgage. Secondly, there is a peer-reviewed study in real estate economics, which is some kind of publication. I don't subscribe to it, but maybe someone does. And it examined mortgage markets across state lines, and it basically found that the homestead exemptions do very, very little to increase the cost of credit. And there was another study in the Journal of Law and Economics, and it used actual account level data and found zero effect on homestead exemptions on access to credit. And then finally, if you're someone that doesn't really like studies very much, which that's cool. I'm kind of a study guy, but if you're not, we can just look at the real world. If you go to Texas, Florida, Massachusetts, Nevada, all these states that I've listed with way more generous homestead exemptions, they have functioning mortgage markets. People still buy houses in Texas. People still can sell houses in Florida. It has not caused the sky to fall in all of these mostly red states that have larger homestead exemptions than us. And so, I think my last point is just consider who essentially pays the cost in the current system. Because when a Maryland family loses their home in a bankruptcy or in a sheriff's sale, children are pulled out of schools. Neighborhoods are the ones that absorb those foreclosures and home values plummet around them. Families end up needing public assistance, so those costs don't disappear. It's just that they shift onto taxpayers and onto the communities. So, these people that are facing these situations that would benefit from this bill, they're not gaming the system. These are people who lost a job, maybe they went through a divorce, they got sick. You're going to hear later about, I think Maryland Legal Aid is representing a grandmother in Prince George's who worked 6 days a week as a caregiver, just trying to keep a roof over her grandchildren's head, and lost her house. And so, the bankruptcy system exists to give people a fresh start. It doesn't exist to steal people's homes and hand them over to institutional creditors. So what this bill basically says is when the worst happens in Maryland, we don't want people to lose virtually the entire value of their home to pay off a credit card company. I urge favorable report.
Hello, my name is William Steinwiddle. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for Homeownership Preservation at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau. This is an issue that is very close to my heart that I've worked on for a very long time. The reason that this is important is I just want to clarify something that the delegate said. Currently, if you do not file bankruptcy, the protection of your home from judgment creditors is zero, nothing, zero. You only get the protection if you file bankruptcy. We have represented people where bail bonds companies, where grandmothers have covered their child's bail bonds, and then they put their house up as collateral, and then the bail bonds have tried to take the house from them after retaining a judgment against them for not paying the bail bonds amount. In addition, this is also a very important exemption to have in bankruptcy, because the whole idea of bankruptcy in a Chapter 13 is to reorganize your debts to allow you to preserve home ownership. The lack of a homeowner's exemption above the $31,575 in Maryland prevents Maryland homeowners from doing that. Because if you are in default on your mortgage, you basically only have two choices to cure it if you're more than 3 months behind. You either have to cure the whole amount, you have to either hope the mortgage company is willing to give you a loan modification, or you have to file a Chapter 13. The problem is, in a Chapter 13, if you have unexempt equity, you have to pay all of your other creditors, which would not get any money if you didn't file bankruptcy. So this eliminates Chapter 13 as an option. Again, we currently represent a person who is a home health aide, who has 7 children, who has to pay all of her creditors simply to try to save her home. I don't think that's the result this committee wants, and I don't think that's the result that Maryland should pursue. And we testify in strong support of House Bill 1098, and I'm welcome to answer any questions about this topic.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm the Deputy Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund. We're here in strong support of this legislation. Home ownership and the equity that you build up in your home over decades is a very foundational wealth building block in this country. And as the delegate mentioned, we already protect retirement accounts, we protect those, but these home investments may be the only equity that many, many Maryland families have. We have seen the prices of homes skyrocket. We have seen inflation skyrocket. And yet this protection has stayed stagnant. So addressing sort of that gap and then tying it to the consumer price index is incredibly important. We don't want to be here again saying how out of date this protection is. And as the delegate mentioned, this isn't just about the individual and their family who are facing bankruptcy. This is about the whole community, because when someone is facing bankruptcy, they shouldn't also be facing homelessness. And when and if they lose that home, you do see that entire family uprooted and you see that entire community impacted. We've seen this time and time again with the foreclosure crisis, and we're facing another growing foreclosure crisis today. So for the sake of families, for the sake of these communities, we do urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Stu Cohen. I'm a volunteer with AARP Maryland. Previously, I've been the Director of Litigation at the Legal Aid Bureau many years ago, and I also served as Senior Vice President of, for Legal Advocacy at AARP. And in those roles, I've represented countless older people across America who've been the victims of predatory and fraudulent practices. Maryland stands out because there's, as the panel has described, so little way to protect them if their home is at stake. That is why, and let's face it, who has the most equity in homes these days? Older people who've been living in their homes for decades. So this is crucial to us to support this bill and urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go with Delegate Adams.
Vaughn, Bob Benton just walked in the back door there.
Did he? Oh, I thought I heard a chill enter the room. I love Bob's, just a joke.
So the bill, if I'm understanding it correctly, is specifically related to revocable trusts. Is that? No.
No, that's the revocable trust piece is just one part of the bill. So essentially, the biggest part of the bill is we're raising this exemption, right? Like we're trying to get Maryland into the 21st century here into the exemption. The trust piece is a good standalone idea. Like even if somehow the committee didn't want to increase the exemption $1, it's still worthwhile just to expand this to revocable living trust anyway, because it's a really good estate planning tool that everyone should be doing, and it's silly that we're one of the only states where the exemption doesn't apply to trust.
You answered my question. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
Delegate Ahrens, then Queen, then Roberts.
Just one quick question. You said that the 31,575, okay, and you want to maybe raise that up to, let's just say 150. That's about $120,000 that's sitting out there that the bank's not going to get. I think, where does that money come from in the future?
So the banker's argument is that by not being able to recover that extra $120,000, that they're going to have to tighten credit access. They're going to have to be a little bit choosier about who they lend to. Okay. But I would note that, as I mentioned, multiple peer-reviewed studies have found that the impact on interest rates or on creditability in these many other states, most other states that have much larger even than $150,000 of an exemption, are not experiencing those problems.
Okay. First of all, I'm very sympathetic. I'm good with talking to what's his name.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but somewhere that money's going to be made up, because that's what we do. And I just, I sit back and say, who pays for that? And I'm very sympathetic to bankruptcy. I've seen it, and I'm not in my own world, thank God, but I've seen it, and I know what it does. So I wonder about this. And then keep in mind, we do hear that a lot of people use bankruptcy as a way out, and the wealthy people use it, very wealthy people use it. So I sit back and I sympathize with what you're trying to do, but there's also another side to this that needs to be looked at, because while you're trying to help the people that are really destitute after this, you're also doing something on the other end of it. And that's why I caution myself on voting for the bill or not voting for the bill.
Sure.
But dollars come from somewhere, and people will get those dollars back one way or the other. So
I appreciate that. What I will say is that the pie is not necessarily finite. I know. If you look at the real estate economic study that I mentioned, I'm happy to share with the committee. Actually, having a larger homeowner exemption is correlated with people buying more housing and taking on bigger mortgages. And so it's possible that the reason these negative effects haven't been felt in states with larger exemptions is because their home buying market is more robust. And so the banks are able to make it up that way.
Okay. And once again, I just want to thank you for saying, once again, you agree with me.
As I do every day, Delegate Aronson.
I appreciate that more than you know. I don't get that.
Actually, I would say, I'm sorry I didn't bring this bill.
We will add you as a number 2 co-sponsor right now, Delegate Queen.
My only question, I guess, is, and you've looked at this hopefully more than definitely I have, why you went with the fixed amount versus percentages. So some of the states use the percentage of the equity, and so did you have some thoughts as to why you didn't just do that?
Yeah, I mean, we basically looked at what the majoritarian view here is. Most states have dollar threshold amounts, and so we just wanted to kind of, again, this bill is really about dragging Maryland into the 21st century and having some exemption level that's consistent with the states around us. And most of those states do use the dollar amount, and we think that by using the dollar amount and then tying it to inflation, we kind of get the best of both worlds, because rather than having a percentage, it just kind of moves with the CPI. Okay, thanks. Yep, appreciate it.
I think I may have forgotten my question, but I really like this bill.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry. I forgot my question.
Well, that was, I appreciate that.
I will.
It was worth turning your light on for that, I think.
I will talk with you offline when I remember.
Thanks.
See no further questions and no further witnesses. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1098. Thank you, Delegate Stewart.
Until next time.
We'll now move on to House Bill 1137. Delegate Allen.
Because you guys haven't spent enough time with me yet this week. All right. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Protocol Chair. My name is Nick Allen. I'm here to testify in support of my bill, House Bill 1137. This is the 4th and final of my housing bills that I brought before this committee back when I thought this was going to be before my own committee. This one, you've heard me talk about affordable housing. You've heard me talk about middle housing. You've heard me talk about all the different tools in the toolkit we want. Well, today I'm talking about mixed use. So, the bill is actually a relatively simple bill. There's a lot of components to it, but the goal is a simple one, and that is just expand the use of mixed use in Maryland. I think I spoke during the hearing on my middle housing bill that, again, we need as many tools in the toolkit, and our friends at MACO agreed with me that we need more mixed use. So remember that when MACO is testifying against this bill later. I'll also note that, and I think I said during that hearing that, development tends to be a bad word, or largely seen as a bad word in a lot of our counties, a lot of our districts. But redevelopment and creative use tends to go down a lot easier. So real quick, just overview of the bill. Mostly, what it does is it's allowing mixed use, broadly speaking. It only applies to counties of 150,000 plus people. Again, I'm honestly negotiable on that number. If we want to, if in the wisdom of the committee, you're concerned that that threshold is too high, too low, I'm flexible on that. This only applies to spots that are currently served by adequate sewer and water, and it's only on land that's currently zoned for commercial use. So what it does is it prohibits local jurisdictions from applying density limits, setback requirements, and other restrictions that wouldn't already be applied to commercial development in that area. There are exemptions in it for historically registered spots, and I'm just going to leave it there and leave it to you guys for questions. This is what it is. But I thank you all for your time. I respectfully ask for a favorable report.
I don't see any questions for you, Delegate Allen. So with that, we will move on to more favorables. Lisa May, Dan Reed, Lori Graff.
Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. We really see this bill as a win-win. We're seeking to place residential development where infrastructure already exists, to revitalize areas where commercial buildings have outlived their usefulness, to encourage adaptive reuse of those facilities rather than expanding into undeveloped areas to meet our housing demands. But the real benefit of this bill comes from creating housing near jobs, giving the workers that keep our communities going the option to live in those same communities and to not have to get in their cars and drive back home or to drive to every errand. That cuts down on traffic, that cuts down on wear and tear on our roads, that helps parking demand, it prevents environmental degradation, and in a word, prevents sprawl. But this also has the benefit of creating a built-in customer base for local Maryland businesses so that we keep our revenues right here instead of sending them away. And that is something that we need very desperately in our state right now for our overall economic health. This bill is something that our neighbors to the south in Virginia are actually working on right now, and that bill is actually a little more generous than the one that Delegate Allen has proposed, but I think it shows that this is a direction that other states are moving, and if we want to compete with them, we need to hop on that bandwagon as well. So we ask for your favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lori Graff. I'm the CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I think you guys are on the home stretch for housing-related bills, but we have a lot of great ideas. I think it's just going to be up to this committee to decide which ideas we should move forward with. This bill allows housing on parcels, and it brings new life to areas that need reinvestment, supports small businesses through increased foot traffic, and generates long-term tax revenue for counties. This bill also provides for predictability by ensuring that multifamily and mixed-use projects are permitted by right and preventing local density caps, excessive setbacks, and lot coverage restrictions. This, again, it takes out some regulations that are barriers to housing. So with that, we support this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed. I'm Maryland Policy Director at Greater Washington. We are proud to support House Bill 1137 and thank Delegate Allen for his leadership on this important issue. Can't say it enough, we're in a housing crisis right now. We've been underbuilding, home prices are rising. We also have a glut of underutilized vacant commercial office and retail space around the state. And these are the two problems this bill is really intended to address. I believe you've gotten a bunch of written testimony from a wide variety of groups across the state who support this. We did a poll back in January that found about 80% of Marylanders across party lines and county lines are interested in having more housing in commercial zones for all of the reasons that have been mentioned here. Many communities in the state already allow mixed-use zoning. This is in many cases for the places that don't or make it difficult, and for the communities where we have these large commercial properties that aren't being used, as well as historical main streets that were built with apartments over retail and aren't allowed to be used that way anymore because of zoning. This also is a personal note for me. You know, when my family came to this country from the Caribbean, you know, my mom got her real estate license to help her sister buy a little building on Georgia Avenue in DC that had a shop on the bottom and an apartment on top. She opened a grocery store in that shop, and I have a lot of fond memories growing up in that space and visiting my cousins who lived in the apartment above. That building gave our family roots in this country, and I want to give other families the same opportunity. And I want to give other communities the same opportunity as well. So we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, Delegate Allen. So kind of along the lines of the TOD bill that's coming before our committee. Is this bill somewhat targeted towards a certain area you're thinking of, or is this just?
No, I mean, I think like Dan said, you know, a lot of, historically, most commercial areas in the United States was mixed use. You know, residents were above that. So, you know, I don't have anything in particular in mind, but I know, I do know, like in my district, there's a lot of interest in this. They're building apartments on what used to be the Sears of the White Marsh Mall, for example. Which honestly sounds kind of great. I would love to live in a mall. And I think there's a lot of really, you know, there's an opportunity for some really creative redevelopment in these areas that have seen a lot of development already.
If I could add on to that, I do think this dovetails nicely with the TOD bill because it provides opportunities to create housing near jobs, near existing amenities, and near transportation as well, because often we're putting transportation near our commercial areas. So this is an opportunity to avail ourselves of the investments that have already been made in those locations.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions for you or your panel. Thank you very much. We will move on to the opposition. Dominic Buchko.
That was good.
Thank you.
I got to give you that. That was good.
My Bob.
Yeah, much better looking though. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Don Buchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here in respectful opposition to House Bill 1137. You've heard me say this before, I'm going to say it again. Block by block zoning is an incredibly difficult, intricate conversation and decision, and it's really difficult to do that from Annapolis. There's one word that the delegate brought up that I kind of want to bring up and focus on, and that's the word adequate. So mixed use is a tool that we are already using. Mixed use is a tool that we use successfully. Nothing in this bill, though, looks at if we have adequate capacity for infrastructure. In fact, the way this legislation is worded right now, this preempts our ability to consider that. And so this bill is saying anywhere where we have commercial land, anywhere where we have recreational land. So now we're also going to put apartment buildings in our parks. We cannot look at whether the school capacity is enough, whether the wastewater infrastructure capacity is enough. The bill does say it has to be on public water and public sewer, but it doesn't say that we can test to make sure that we can actually flush the pipes, comply with all the environmental regulations, et cetera. There's a number of other concerns we have with this legislation. We're happy to work with the committee. We're happy to work with the sponsor. But this bill is a lot, and it would have a negative impact on our communities, and we strongly urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
So I just have a quick question. So you mentioned that it's a lot. So if this bill were to come back and MACO and other entities and advocates for the bill work on it, is there language that MACO, not you, would be in agreement with?
I think there's concepts in the bill that we can definitely have conversations on. The extent of work that this bill would need and the impact it would have. There's 39 days. We can do a lot in 39 days, but it's big.
Did you? No. I don't see any further questions. Delegate Bandari.
Thank you. I know this is not the new issue, housing supply versus local control. You mentioned concern about, of course, protecting local planning authority. At the same time, we all know that our state is facing a significant housing shortage. If counties retain full discretion and continue current zoning patterns, what concrete steps are counties prepared to take to significantly increase housing supply in the near term?
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly. You're saying that if the General Assembly decides not to totally preempt all local land use this year, what are local jurisdictions doing to increase housing?
Yes.
So first, you have three fantastic bills that are going to come before this committee. You have the Housing Development Act, you have the governor's TOD bill, and you have Delegate Chee's TIF bill. And we're working hand in glove with the sponsors, with the administration on those. Across the state as well, there's a number of things. Montgomery County has a very aggressive path on trying to bring more affordable housing. But the big thing is, too, infrastructure. We can't do this alone. One thing that I will point out that we really need the state's help with, and counties cannot carry this burden alone. Yesterday, Anne Arundel County had to pause development in the north because their wastewater treatment facilities can't handle any more burden. And so while local jurisdictions, we are loosening density, we are doing density bonuses, we are working with the state, there's a big burden on the infrastructure side that we need help with from the state.
And quickly, Madam Chair, infrastructure argument, your written testimony and oral testimony emphasize infrastructure capacity and adequate public facility audiences. And in situation where a property already has water and sewer service, why should multifamily housing still face barriers if the goal is to make better use of existing infrastructure?
So that is a phenomenal question, Delegate. So there's a couple of things that you have to pick apart there. So first, it's not only water and sewer that we have to worry about. There's an entire universe of things in adequate public facilities. There's school capacity, there's road capacity. Do we have the hospital service? If grandma has a heart attack, can we get the ambulance down the street fast enough? And if we're gonna send our students there, is there enough adequate capacity in the schools? What's classroom size, et cetera? So there's a broad thing that we have to make sure, a broad universe of things we have to consider. Particularly though, to your question on this bill, and water and sewer, et cetera. Nothing in this bill says that there has to be adequate capacity for those projects where you're developing. The bill just says that you have to have service. So you have two options there as the General Assembly to consider. We're either going to dump more wastewater into the Chesapeake Bay because we can't treat it enough, or we have to expand our current infrastructure to make sure that we can deal with that additional burden. Just because the pipes are there doesn't mean the pipes can handle additional load. And it's a policy question.
Thank you. I'll follow offline.
See no further questions. Thank you very much. Let me see here. Seeing no other questions or witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1137. Do we have? Oh, I'm sorry. We do have an informational. If Tushar Kansal. My apologies, Mr. Kansal.
No problem at all, and thank you, Chair Valderrama and Vice Chair Charkoudian and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tushar Kansal. I am a senior officer with the Housing Policy Initiative at the Pew Charitable Trust. As we all know, Representative Bhandari just referenced, foremost issue raising housing costs across the country is a national shortage of 4 to 7 million homes, including a severe shortage in Maryland. To address this shortage and improve affordability, 13 other states have already passed bipartisan laws legalizing housing on all commercially zoned land or near transit. This gives property owners the flexibility to both permit businesses and meet housing needs. Pew's research on the outcomes of state and local policies finds that legalizing housing near commerce is the single most effective reform, boosting housing production and quickly reducing rent growth. If a 3-story office building is allowed on a main road, then a 3-story apartment or condo building should be allowed there too. The sorts of small and mid-rise apartment buildings allowed under these laws consistently rent for less than single-family homes. Housing built near commerce can enable both affordability and walkability, reducing traffic and commuting costs. One important part of this reform is removing parking mandates, which add substantial costs, thereby driving up rents and discouraging construction. 14 other states have already reformed their parking mandates. Allowing housing in mixed-use buildings in commercial areas also speeds up permitting and reduces the onerous requirements that have previously stymied apartment construction. After Tyson's Virginia enacted similar reform, the city saw the highest housing production and slowest rent growth in Virginia. Minneapolis' version of this reform also sharply slowed rent growth. Thank you very much. If you'd like, I also have provided written testimony with some nice charts and graphs.
Thank you so much. I don't have any questions for you, and thank you for your written testimony. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1137. We'll now move on to Delegate Feldmark, House Bill 1260 and 1259, whichever one you want to, which one would you like to take up first?
Let's start with 1259, just
Okay.
the folder on top here.
Okay,
That's
House Bill
family
1259.
Thank you. And may my panel join me? Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark, and pleased to be here to present House Bill 1259, Zoning Authority's Operation of Family Child Care Homes, Prohibitions and Requirements. I'm sure you are all well aware that Maryland is facing a child care crisis. The lack of access to quality, affordable child care is a challenge for Maryland families in every jurisdiction across the state, and a major factor negatively impacting Maryland's workforce participation and economic growth. Increasing access to child care is an urgent need, and increasing the number of family child care homes and large family child care homes in our communities is a critical component of doing so. Establishing more family child care homes is particularly an important strategy for helping communities that are child care deserts, usually in areas that are already struggling economically, and the lack of access to child care is yet another barrier making it harder for families to improve their economic security. Family child care homes are one of the more accessible business opportunities for mothers of young children. A typical story of how many family child care businesses are established begins when a mother is caring for her own young children and decides to get licensed to bring in additional children from the neighborhood to care for. This entrepreneurial move creates a source of income for the child care provider and enables additional parents in the community to participate in the workforce. As we work to encourage more family child care homes to open, House Bill 1259 will help remove unnecessary barriers by ensuring that local zoning authorities permit family child care as a residential use as long as the homes are licensed by MSDE. Before I turn things over to my panel, I do want to take a moment to address two proposed amendments. The first is a sponsor amendment, which was already submitted to the committee. It's very simple. It's simply changing the effective date from October 1st to June 1st. This was simply an oversight in drafting because childcare often operates more or less on a school year schedule. It makes sense, to have that go into effect for the summer season and be in place before the new school year starts. The second amendment I want to address is one that you received in the favorable with amendment testimony from MACO. They're suggesting that there be a limit in how many family child care homes there could be in a neighborhood by establishing a minimal distance between homes. I understand conceptually the concern about having, a line of several large family child care homes in a row. I think it's unrealistic. These are, for the most part, businesses that serve the immediate community and the neighborhood they're located in. So there is, limited demand in any given neighborhood. And the other point I would raise is that this is not a typical business in terms of looking for a location to site your business. These are businesses that usually evolve within a home that someone is already living in. So they're not choosing, a spot for opening a restaurant or a storefront, right? It's something that grows in their home. So I would, respectfully ask that you resist that amendment. But with that, I just want to thank you for your consideration. I'm certainly happy to address any questions and would like to turn it over to my panel and ask for your favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and members of the committee. My name is Stefan Redding-Lallinger, representing MSDE. The Maryland State Department of Education is pleased to support House Bill 1259. This bill represents an important step toward expanding access to childcare for Maryland families by removing barriers that prevent family childcare providers from operating in their communities. House Bill 1259 would prohibit local zoning jurisdictions from denying or restricting the operation of certain family child care homes when those homes meet the licensing requirements established by MSDE. Across the country, the supply of child care programs has declined significantly since the COVID-19 pandemic, creating persistent gaps for working families. Strengthening the supply of child care is essentially not only for children and families, but also for Maryland's economy. When families have reliable child care, parents can participate in the workforce, employers can retain workers, and small businesses, including many child care providers, can thrive. MSDE is committed to advancing policies that strengthen Maryland's child care system. House Bill 1259 helps expand child care supply without creating a fiscal impact for the agency, making it a practical and meaningful step forward. A similar effort, House Bill 785 of 2025, was enacted last year, and MSDE supported that legislation. House Bill 1259 builds on that framework by helping clarify expectations for zoning authorities and reinforcing that eligible family child care homes should be treated as permitted residential uses. The State Board and MSDE appreciate the sponsor's leadership in supporting Maryland families and child care providers, and we ask the committee for a favorable report of House Bill 1259.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, and respectfully requesting a favorable report. You know, I think the delegate said it best, but businesses strongly support access and availability of childcare. You know, I think that access to childcare, right, remains one of probably the biggest workforce challenges that our employers are facing in the state. We hear it from members all the time. Family childcare homes are an important part of Maryland's childcare ecosystem. And like the delegate said, especially in areas where childcare facilities like daycare centers are much more limited. So, you know, I think ensuring that providers can operate without unnecessary restrictions that, of course, meet MSDE licensing requirements really helps working parents stay in the workforce and join the workforce and supports Maryland employers and families. So that is why we are happy to be here today supporting the bill. Thanks.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Push. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it okay to go? Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chris Push on behalf of the Maryland State Child Care Association in strong support of House Bill 1259. Maryland is amid a child care crisis. Across the state, family child care homes are closing at alarming rates. And when these programs disappear, families lose more than convenience. They lose the ability to work. Family child care providers are the backbone of our early childhood system, especially for infants, toddlers, and parents working non-traditional hours. Simply put, child care is the workforce behind the workforce. Without it, parents are forced to cut back hours, leave jobs, or turn down opportunities impacting families, employers, and Maryland's economy. Child care is an economic infrastructure. Family child care homes are not unregulated or informal. These providers meet some of the strictest licensing requirements in the state enforced by MSDE. They comply with rigorous health and safety, training, and inspection standards to earn and maintain their licenses. Yet despite meeting all the state requirements, many licensed providers face inconsistent and punitive local zoning barriers simply because they operate from their homes. House Bill 1259 fixes that problem. The bill ensures that licensed family and large family child care homes cannot be denied or restricted by local zoning authorities, prevents local governments from imposing capacity limits below what the state authorizes, and affirms that family child care is permitted in residential use. This is not deregulation, it's smart regulation. Oversight belongs at the state licensing level, not through patchwork local rules that reduce supplies, raise costs, and force providers out of business. This bill works for supporting families, protects licensed providers, and helps stabilize Maryland's child care system, and for those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Britton. I am a Maryland mother of three, a homeschool parent, and a small business owner who operates a licensed family childcare program and Aspire pre-K program in my home. I'm here today because my small business and my ability to provide childcare for families in my community is at risk. I'm asking for your support for House Bill 1259. Last year, the legislation passed House Bill 785, which was meant to protect family childcare providers like me from being restricted by local zoning. The intent was to make sure counties could not limit the number of children below what the Maryland State Department of Education allows us currently. But unfortunately, that's not how some counties are interpreting it. Like Baltimore County, they are choosing not to respect the law that has already been put in place. Instead, they are saying that as long as they do not change the number of children, they can still add other zoning requirements that make it nearly impossible for providers like me to provide care. Some of those requirements include 1 acre of land. For a small business owner, a family child care provider to have 1 acre of land. In Baltimore County, no other large family child care provider has 1 acre of land, and yet they have all been approved. In my case, I'm at risk to being shut down. I actually have a hearing next week, and my license may be revoked because I was put in front of a appeals board because I had one neighbor say that they didn't want to live next to a family child care provider. So one neighbor was able to put me in a position where an administrative law judge can now enforce the strictest zoning regulations that have not been enforced to anybody else. So the state already determines if our homes are safe. The state already gives us restrictions on, outdoor space, that we have to have 75 square foot of outdoor space per child. They have capacity requirements indoors. Either way, I'm running out of time. I beg you guys to approve this.
So sweet. Everyone spoke, yeah, right? Okay. We're going to start with Delegate Chi, then Delegate Weigel, and then Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand the intent of the bill, and from what I can tell, MML is against it, but you referenced quickly that the committee should not go with the recommended amendment by MACO, which is to say if there is already a child care facility and MACO, they should have the right to not approve another one within quarter miles, correct? And is that the one amendment that you are referencing, that we should not go with that? Okay, could you elaborate on the reason for that?
Sure. So the reason I think this amendment could be problematic is that this is not a situation where you go look for a location for your business, right? These are in-home businesses. So someone buys a home as their home, not necessarily looking for a business site, and then may choose to open a family child care home, right? And go through the process of getting licensed to operate. So I don't think there is as much discretion in terms of location because it is a home-based operation. And if, of course, it's the committee's purview to decide if you think this makes sense, but I just don't think it's necessary and could preclude, childcare homes that we're trying to encourage.
Yeah, I don't know what their reasoning is. I don't see MACO here testifying in person on this bill. I assume it might have to do something with, the impact, like a noise and, traffic in and out and whatever. I don't know, and I'm not trying to speak for MACO, but I'm just curious why they're so specific about quarter mile, restriction, so to speak. I just wondered if they had talked to you about this.
So I just have their written testimony where they're requesting the amendment. So, they raised concerns about sort of the, traffic and things like that, but I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Weigel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had other child care legislation this year as well, but refresh my memory, didn't Kerwin impose additional requirements or restrictions on child care facilities in Maryland?
So on pre-K, which is part of it, and I mean, part of the reason this sort of need came to light is for, and I'll refer to Chris if you need, but, you know, for a family childcare home is up to 8 children, and if you want to do pre-K, you have to have a separate class, or separate class for pre-K from the infants and toddlers.
So a separate
So that would-
space, is that what you're referring to?
No,
when you say class?
no, and Megan is a pre-K site that's approved publicly as a mixed deliver in this state as well, but she can speak to that. But Kerwin and the blueprint for Maryland's future Pillar 1 is mixed delivery, which includes family childcare. There's no restriction that they have to be within a quarter mile. Any family childcare can apply, and there's no restrictions in the application related to that.
But I thought there were additional requirements to provide that service, that's why it's
There's lots
somewhat
of,
closing.
right, Kerwin has, I mean, the application for the expansion of pre-K has a lot of requirements, just like public school. The private has to do the same types of requirements, including teacher.
So is
and-
it safe to say because of that, those additional requirements, that's why these facilities are closing?
No.
They don't want to meet them? No?
Do you mean because of the competition or because?
No,
I'm
because of
sorry.
the additional requirements that were
Oh, no,
imposed
many
by-
of them would like to step up and provide, just like Megan is doing. We have 4,400 family childcare providers, and I believe the Aspire program, which you're in, has over 500 seats in public pre-K right now across the state.
So we had 4,400, how many do we have now?
That's what we have now. We had, before COVID, we had over 9,000 programs. We're down to 6,600, and about 44 or 43 are family childcare, the rest are centers.
So we went from 9,000 to 6,600 to 4,400, and that's because of COVID, not any requirements put on by the state of Maryland?
There's lots of reasons for it. There's attrition. There's all types of reasons why we've lost childcare. We haven't rebounded like many of our neighboring states. It's difficult to do business here. One of the reasons why is we're sitting in front of you. But in general, that we've lost a lot of programs for many reasons.
Okay, and then my last question, does this apply to owner-occupied residences or rental properties or both?
You have to live there to have a large family childcare home. To have a family childcare home at all, you have to live in
The
the
provider has to live there.
The provider has to live there, so we
So
can't
it
just
would be
go.
either a rental property or owner-occupied?
If you live there,
be-
yes,
it could
yes,
be
sir. It
either.
could be technically a rental, but you have to live in the home. You can't, a provider, I can't go rent 5
Okay.
homes and, you know,
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, it was just a quick question for MSDE. You had referenced a bill from last year that this bill builds on. Can you repeat which bill that was?
Sure, that was House Bill 785, which the delegate also sponsored, and I think there was.
Oh, okay, never
Yep.
mind. I was just
Okay.
checking.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill, Delegate. I think we definitely need more childcare, and as a person with 2 young kids, the search for good, affordable childcare is difficult, it's expensive, so we need more options. I have 2 quick questions. I wanted to know, number one, have any other states introduced legislation like this? I came in a little late, so I may have missed you mentioning that. Just want to get an idea of other states are doing. Maryland, I love Maryland being the leader, so it doesn't mean that, there has to be other states, but we'd love to know if there's any other states that have done this.
I am not aware of the answer to that.
So we get to
I don't know
lead,
if
okay, we can be a leader, I'm cool with that. The other question I have, just for clarification, I think some people get a little confused, maybe the provider can also provide some context. People get confused about what we're talking about when we have these child care centers at home. It's not, you're not running a 30-person child care center, right?
No,
So you're
sir.
talking about how many, what's the caps on how many kids are there? Just to get an idea, because I know
Yes,
that
sir.
the localities are worried about the influx of, cars and parking, but give us an idea of how many kids and families are coming to these spaces.
so first, the cap is 12 kids. And that's at any given time that MSD comes out. If we're over that capacity, we can be shut down. But they farther regulate it by that whatever room that we're providing care in, there has to be 35 square foot per child in that room. So my personal cap is 10 for large family childcare, which is perfect for me because the ratio for pre-K or over 2 is 1 to 10. So that is, what I personally wanted. But most of these kids, I'm in Sparrows Point. It's one way in, one way out. I live across the street from an apartment complex. These people are already passing our home on the way out. We're not adding traffic. I personally have a 6-car driveway. There's staggered times. There's already bus stops in our neighborhood where parents are driving in and out. So it's really no different from the state that we're already allowed 8 kids to 4 more being 12. That would be the max. And most cases, it's less than 12 because you have to have a space big enough in your home to support whatever you're asking for.
And the majority of childcare is 8.
Right,
Large-
yeah, I know,
there's
I know
a-
8 is, yeah. And then-
8 is the cap, and 12 is, there's very few 12.
And can you give me an idea for how many people from the families that use your services, most of them are local, right? They're very close. They're
Yes,
like right.
all of my families are local. 3 of them come from the Beacon Point is literally across the street from my house. I could throw a rock at my neighbor. 3 of them come directly from there. I do a lot of, the reason why it's extra important is because there's overlap sometimes. So if I have before and after school kids that get on the bus at 8:30 and I start to have kids come in, it's helpful to have that extra space to have kids, to be able to overlap. Some of these kids walk to my house, literally on my street and walk to my house. There's a few that drive in from Fort Howard or literally in our neighborhood, but nobody is coming from Perry Hall or Dundalk to come all the way down to the last exit before the Key Bridge to get to my daycare.
So what it sounds like, and this is isn't that so question, that if we had more of these type of situations, people had closer places to provide childcare, we could actually reduce some of the load on localities on driving and
It also reduces so in my situation, our local elementary school is at 115% capacity. So when you guys were mentioned Montgomery County asking for this 1 mile or half a mile offset, it would actually be a barrier to the schools because if there's more family childcare pre-Ks that are allowed to be opened, my community is not that big. I mean, half a mile is a pretty big area when you're talking about a small community, a small town. Right. So if our local elementary schools were able to handle these pre-K kids, we wouldn't have business and wouldn't be needed anyway. So we wouldn't open up shop. But we're opening because we're needed, because the schools can't handle the pre-K students and they're not getting access to pre-K. So.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you providing childcare to so many families. Thank you.
To the individual on the right there, what's the difference between the 8 and the 12?
So
if you've already answered, I'm sorry, but.
Family childcare, licensed family childcare, registered family childcare is a cap of 8, and then there's large family childcare, which is a cap of 12. There's only about 500 to 600 family childcares in the whole state, and the majority of those, the rest of the 4,000 or 3,900 are family childcare at a capped at 8. Those are the capacities in COMAR and regulation.
Without going into depth on this, can you just tell me what COMAR is saying, why 8? What's the, is there fewer burdens under regulation for a 8?
Yes. Sorry, I just went through the regulation. It's a lot easier to get 8. We have to jump through a lot more hoops to get 12.
And you need a bigger house.
There's a square footage for outside and inside, so.
Yes, sir. They measure our square footage outside. They come out, you have to have 75 square foot of a play area that they deem safe. And you can't have, if somebody can see it from the street or, it's dangerous in any way, they can require you to put picket fence or move it or not accept you at all. If you want infants, you have to have 2 sinks in whatever room that you want your infants in. There's a lot more regulations that go into large family, and that's why it's already restricted so much by MSDE. So adding the zoning restrictions of 1 acre of land makes it impossible, and you're not going to have, those seats.
Hi, thank you. This is obviously my last question. I just wanted to know, do you find if we have a boost or an increase in the number of childcare, family childcare, do you think that helps drive the cost of childcare down?
Absolutely.
You think so?
Supply and demand, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you, Delegate Feldmark and your panel.
Thank you.
We do have a favorable virtual. Ruby Daniels.
Hello, everyone. My name is Igby Daniels, and I'm a family childcare provider and a pre-K expansion grantee in Howard County. I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1259. This bill is about supporting Maryland's workforce and strengthening our local economy by increasing access to childcare. Today, more working families are in need of childcare, especially infant care, which is the hardest type to find. Parents are ready to go to work, often call multiple providers and still cannot find available seats for their baby. When childcare is not available, parents are unable to go to work. This impacts businesses, employers, and the overall economy. Family childcare programs are a critical part of the solution. We operate in neighborhoods close to where families live and work. They can actually walk to our place, which makes it convenient for a lot of people. And we offer infant and toddler care, offer flexible hours. And you're right, we could offer affordable fees. There's a lot of competition. House Bill 1259 helps by ensuring that licensed family childcare homes are recognized as a residential activity and a permitted use in residential zones. This allows providers who already meet state licensing requirements to operate and when qualified, responsibly expand. It is important to note that this bill does not change licensing standards. Providers must still meet strict Maryland MSDE requirements, and not every home qualifies. In my case, in order to expand my program to 12, I had to hire additional staff member and also secure a substitute for that staff member. Expansion creates jobs within our local communities. It provides additional childcare seats for families in need of care. When this happens, our businesses thrive and our economy grows. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1259. Thank you so much for your time and please do this.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We do have a favorable with amendment. Is Dominic Buchko here from MACO? No. Okay. Seeing no further questions, Delegate Feldmark, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1259.
Thank you.
And now we can take on 1260, also Delegate Feldmark.
Okay, good afternoon once again, committee. Again, for the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark. Pleased to be presenting House Bill 1260, Common Ownership Communities Online Publication of Resale Disclosures. Under current law, unit owners are legally mandated to provide specific disclosures to prospective buyers, yet they are often forced to purchase this information at higher costs. HB 1260 increases transparency and ensures resale disclosure documents regarding the association are free and easily accessible. It also clearly limits the total fees that can be charged for resale information related to an individual lot or unit. The purpose of this bill is to modernize and streamline the disclosure process by requiring cooperative housing corporations, condominium associations, and HOAs to post essential documents on their websites in a free downloadable format, and by capping the fees that can be charged for information relating to individual units or lots. This will help alleviate the financial burden currently placed on Maryland homeowners during a process that is generally stressful and when many Marylanders are already stretching to their financial limits. By passing House Bill 1260, we can simplify the process of selling a home within a common ownership community. I know there is a proposed amendment that was submitted, and it sets, I think the request was to have this only apply to associations of 100 units or more. I understand the desire to exempt small homeowners associations, and I think, if you think about the very small homeowners associations where it may be, 5 or 6 homes that share a common driveway, They may not have a website, so there may not be a website on which to post documents. But I think the real point here is to make sure that the information that is not specific to an individual unit be accessible to all the members, all the unit owners, and to be available for free. So if the committee is inclined to look at some sort of an exception for smaller associations, I would encourage you to think about how we might be able to achieve those goals. If they don't have a website, documents could be as simple as a shared folder on a Google Drive, right? So that members have access to the documents, even if there's not an association website. So just wanted to address that directly and encourage you to consider that goal and find a way to meet those needs. So I thank you for your consideration and respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa May, Maryland Realtors, here condo and HOA resale process take two for this afternoon. This is a slightly different approach than the bill that you heard previously, but certainly one that has benefits for potential home buyers beyond just the reduction in the resale packet fees, which we obviously support. It's 2026. The fact that buyers looking at a community don't know the rules until they make an offer, go under contract, request the documents, and have them delivered to them seems a little bit outdated since we have all of this technology working for us and to our advantage. This would help consumers to know before they write an offer that the community has rules and regulations that don't work for them. This could be something like having a home-based business. It could be parking a commercial vehicle or a recreational vehicle. It could be not being able to put up a fence to contain their small children or their large dogs, or maybe even both. Having those evergreen documents available for review can save a lot of wasted time and work for a home purchase that is never going to take place because of the community rules. And having an established website for these associations has other benefits as well, not the least of which is tracking down the proper place to contact those associations to request the documents in the first place. If you were to look at exceptions, another way that some states handle those is not necessarily by the number of units, but whether the association is professionally managed by a management company, because often those management companies do have websites where they could easily post the information for these neighborhoods in a way that does not create an undue burden on those communities. So again, we appreciate your attention to these issues and we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, Delegate Feldmark.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We do have an unfavorable here, Ms. Cynthia Kent. As Ms. May said, this is round two. My name is Cynthia Hitken. I'm from the Maryland LAC for the CAI. First of all, CAI appreciates education. Educated buyers are our best owners. And so we're trying to balance this delivery of education, which is the resale package, with what does it cost to do that package. This is a good goal. However, this bill will not work for a number of reasons. One is not all associations have a website. Many of them do not. There's a cost associated with creating it, with maintaining it on the internet, and with doing any changes to it. Many of them have a website manager who's a volunteer. And so uploading those things may happen or may not happen because they're a volunteer. That's not their full-time job. It is not a management service. It is not something that the management companies do. So there is an extra cost to this that would be passed on to homeowners in the association. So there's, this cost, there's the risk of liability,
There's the changes that happen constantly. Would we have to update those documents on a daily basis? None of the management companies have that kind of personnel. Resale packages are handled on an as-requested basis. And with that, I will conclude my remarks and thank you all very much. Understand the CAA wants to educate our owners, wants to make our condominiums better, but we have to find some of these methods of doing it that aren't increasing the costs for the 1.1 million Marylanders who live in HOAs, condos, and co-ops. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Adams? Ma'am, he has a question for you.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So let me just say, I just bought some property in an HOA. It didn't take that long for them to pull together the email and send it to me. I'm not sure I understand your concern, but to say that a buyer should have access to the information as soon as possible. And why would you not want to do anything more than try to make sure everybody is aware of what the rules and regulations are, especially in a sales setting?
When you talk to the management companies, and by the way, I'm an attorney. I work with the management companies. I listen to them as a LAC member. When you hear what they go through, now some of them have the third-party providers, but even with the third-party providers, they have to upload information to the third-party provider when that resale request comes in. Some of the management companies are much larger than others. They might be able to do it faster. They might have economies of scale. There are some of the management companies that are small businesses, and we might want to, support them as small businesses. Some of them do it in-house, which is they literally have someone who assembles these packages. And my show and tell showed you that some of them are getting quite hefty. So some of them are in paper form, some of them are in electronic form.
You shared that in your testimony. My only point in asking this is, what more important role does an HOA and its governing body have than making sure everybody understands what the rules are, and then to the prospective buyer, getting that information, accurate information in front of the buyer as soon as possible? There could be other things that are less important in the world of HOA than what we're talking about right here at the moment. That's my only thing, and maybe you and I would agree to disagree.
I don't disagree with you, but you said another word, and that is accuracy. It does have to be accurate. And,
well, yeah.
and that assembly requires somebody to make sure that all the pieces are there.
My only point is that that should be high priority in the world of governance of an HOA.
But they are also physically managing the plant. They are also physically managing the finances. They are also addressing owners' questions. This is just one this is not the only management service that is provided by management companies.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you, committee members.
Seeing no more witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1260. We'll now go to Delegate Tomlinson for House Bill 1211.
One of you come over here. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, honorable members of the House Economic Matters Committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Chris Tomlinson, and I'm testifying on House Bill 1211. This bill addresses a long-standing fundamental issue of fairness within Maryland's condominium law, an issue that has too often placed undue financial burdens on responsible homeowners. Under the current legal framework, even the most diligent unit owners can find themselves subsidizing the cost of damage caused by neighbors who fail to properly maintain their units. This imbalance undermines both individual accountability and financial stability of condominium communities across the state. The Maryland Condominium Act clearly states that the unit owners are responsible for maintaining and repairing the components within their individual units. And yet, when an owner neglects those responsibilities and damage occurs, such as from a leaking toilet or aging appliance, the damage and associated costs often go beyond that owner's unit. Under current law, the unit owner typically pays a minimal deductible, usually just a few $100s, while the unit's insurance policy covers up to the legal cap of $10,000 in damages. Any remaining repair expenses, typically totaling between $30,000 and $50,000 at today's rates, then become the shared burden of all the unit owners throughout the condominium association's master policy. House Bill 1211 restores that fairness. It clarifies that when damage originates within an individual unit, the owner of that unit is responsible for the full cost of repairs or replacement for damage to the building, not merely a modest capped amount, with the rest to be dumped onto the other unit owners. The bill also requires condominium associations to provide annual notice to owners, reinforcing awareness of their obligations and promoting transparency. Its reform properly aligns financial responsibility with the cause and source of the damage, correcting a persistent inequity in current law. It incentivizes proper maintenance, which in turn reduces insurance claims and stabilizes premiums for all, protecting communities, particularly those composed of retirees and homeowners on fixed incomes, from rising expenses triggered by preventable neglect. But again, and perhaps more importantly, it prevents responsible residents from bearing costs that do not rightly belong to them. So in summary, this bill is not only about accountability, it's about fairness, equity, and the shared trust and responsibility that allows condominium living to function effectively. I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1211. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable members of the ECM.
My name's Brenda Freed. I'm a vice president of our condo association. And the Maryland condo law, as it exists, does place an undue burden upon the community at large. So unit owners are responsible to repair, replace, and upkeep their, within all of their appliances within their unit, but there's no consequences. So they pay their $250 or $500 deductible. The Maryland condo law then says that they are responsible for the first $10,000 after that, and then it goes to the community at large. So a few examples are a unit owner with a 14-year-old water tank has been requested numerous times to replace their water heater because it's beyond the age, and there's water around her tank for the whole couple days. She's mopping it up. And it's not until the damage seeps below the next two floors that the property manager is called, not by the unit owner, but that the people that have this damage below them. A 90-year-old unit owner with an original hot water heater that's 24 years old had a leak. She was overwhelmed, called the property manager, who turned the water off into the unit, thank goodness, and called a plumber. That day, she paid $2,000 for an emergency water heater installation, but the cost to the units below is much greater. So these are cases of clear neglect on the part of owners, yet they're only responsible for their deductible and the insurance covering the first $10,000 according to the law, leaving the community with the balance. Damage costs average $30,000 to $50,000, leaving the community with a $20,000 to $40,000 exposure. Repair costs have increased significantly in recent years, which accentuates this problem. A water heater that costs $1,500 to $2,000 costs the community exponentially in their condominium laws. Oh, that was fast. Oh, okay. Okay, so our policy went from $53,000 a year with a $10,000 deductible to being canceled because of our claims, to $200,000 with a $50,000 deductible, making us have to self-insure. So putting that burden on the community costs every single unit owner in the community by having to raise condo dues on a regular basis, if not having to assess. Thank you, and I ask that you support this.
Yes. Thank you. Hi, I am the on-site property manager for Winifred Manor for 9 years. As Brenda was saying—
What is your name, ma'am?
Debbie Thompson.
Okay.
Sorry. As Brenda was stating, we have been very proactive with our residents, making sure that they have their water heaters checked, their toilets. I'm walking with a plumber, a licensed plumber, once a month for an hour, going through units. To date, we've gone through 66 units, had 12 hot water heaters over 10 years old, and 12 leaking toilets. The board has requested owners to please update and maintain their appliances, and they are refusing to do that, even though they've accepted the condo documents, and in the bylaws it states that you're going to maintain your appliances. They are not doing that, and the board is, their hands are tied. They don't know what else to do. Typically, where like she was saying, the water starts on the 3rd floor and it goes all the way down to the 1st floor. They're calling me, I'm running over there and I'm turning off the water and then starting the water mitigation process. In October of 2020, the loss assessment was raised from $5,000 to $10,000. 6 years later, I just know personally that the cost of materials have tripled. And when it comes down to Winifred Manor deciding if they're going to self-insure with these water events or possibly lose insurance, we have an insurance company that, an insurance broker that says they only have 3 insurance companies that will come and possibly put a bid in to give us insurance. So what do we do if no one wants to insure us because the residents are not taking care of their appliances? Thank you, and I hope for a favorable response.
Thank you. We'll start with Delegate Pippi.
Thank you, Chair. Doug, good to see you. I had a couple questions, and so it sounds like one of the issues that is raised, or why you're putting in the bill, is to address accountability and maybe affordability to some extent. I'm looking at one of the testimonies from Leisure World, and their concern was kind of like in reverse, right? Like, if this were to pass, then individual unit owners would be responsible for the total repair or have to get different insurance types, et cetera. Can you kind of explain how that meshes with what you're doing here?
Yes, so for starters, the whole idea with this bill is, yes, to go after folks who are negligent. The bill, I thought that the bill covered that, and until I got this unfavorable testimony, did I realize that in the actual draft of the bill, that's missing. So that's on me. But I am going to put an amendment in to make that very clear, because the idea here is certainly not to go after somebody who, if a fire sprinkler has a malfunction and starts shooting out water. That is not the intent of this, to go after those folks. This is to go after the people like she was talking about, where they've got a 24-year-old water heater, and in her case, they're actually tracking this stuff, or doing a good job of tracking and reminding the folks that live there, hey, you really should probably get on this and replace it. So it isn't about going after everybody and anybody and everybody who just, when something goes wrong. Do you want to?
Yeah, and we recognize that there are times when something that is not a resident specific within their control, that is the responsibility of the community. Mm-hmm. I would tell you that it is very few of those events that we've had. The vast majority of what we have are pure negligence, irresponsibility of unit owners that are choosing not to maintain and upkeep their units. And also, we live in a community where the average age is 80 plus. Mm-hmm. So we also have children involved that don't want to spend the money for their parents to upkeep the units. And that's a problem as well. Here's an example. We had a 96-year-old man walking around in 5 inches of sewage in his unit for 5 days and didn't know it. So that was a very large bill because it seeped into 2 other units. And the son actually went to Debbie and said, I want you to pay my $500 deductible. It's like, are you kidding me? And that cost us out of pocket. So it's not just the unit owners, that there may be other family members involved that are attributing to that negligence.
All right, okay. So it sounds like you'd be open to maybe some amendments and get to the root of the cause. Okay, thank you.
And even if, if the $10,000 was raised, I mean, I personally raised my insurance to $50,000 a couple years ago. Condo insurance is very expensive. And it only costs a few dollars to go from 10,000 to 50,000, which I did and I know other people in my community did. If that was the case, then we would be insured for up to $50,000 worth of damage. And anything over that, then we would be paying for. But what it does is it takes the burden off of the condo community and it keeps condo fees at a more reasonable rate.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks for putting in the bill. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the bill, Delegate. My question is, what about in situations that deal with buildings that were built prior to a certain year? For example, I own a condo, I live in a condo community. It was built in 1992. Every snowstorm, somebody's pipes are bursting, and it's because those pipes are not the right pipes.
Actually, that would be a pipe that would, let's say, be behind a wall.
Right.
That's on the community. That's not on the unit owner.
Oh, that's not how my community association handles
You need
it.
to talk to them. No, I mean, if it's behind the wall and it's part of, like, let's say you have 3 or 5 floors and there's a pipe that bursts behind the wall, that is not the responsibility of the unit owner. That is the responsibility of the community.
Is that in law?
Well,
In our condo docs, it does state within the walls, you're responsible for taking care of.
Right.
And with our bylaws, you cannot maintain a pipe behind the wall. So, matter of fact, I just had a water event last week where a gentleman called me and said, there's water coming up from my floor. Thankfully, he was on the first floor. We went in there and got a plumber, and the PVC pipe behind the wall was leaking. He had actually 2. That was our responsibility. That was something that he could not maintain.
Also, the definition of a condo is walls in. That's the definition of a condo, is walls in.
Yes, but, okay.
And when we're clearly talking about the negligence of the homeowner and being on the property for 9 years and being on site, which I guess has its advantages, these are people that clearly know that their hot water heater or their toilets are original. Many times I've gone in with the blue tablets, take the tank off and put the blue tablets in to say, this is why our water bill is very high, because your toilet is leaking. And, you know, I will kindly just turn it off until they can get a plumber in because they have another toilet to use. But those are the things that we're trying to keep our costs down because of the negligence of others.
Yes, I understand that point. I guess I need to understand what the law is that inside of those walls. Okay, I'm going to find out offline. Thank you.
Yeah, have to take that up with council.
I see no further questions. Delegate Tomlinson, thank you very much, and your panel for the testimony. We
Thank
have
you.
an unfavorable. Scott Silverman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you to the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Scott Silverman. I am the Vice Chair of the Community Association Institute's Maryland Legislative Action Committee, and I'm also a 30-plus year practitioner in community association law. Going to the delegate's last question, and this is very important. When I first started practicing, 11114 of the Condo Act was written in such a way as it was not possible to determine responsibility for any portion of the master policy deductible without litigation. You would have to litigate in order to determine who was negligent and who was responsible, usually looking to the maintenance and repair provisions of the governing documents of the community, which were not uniform across the board. They varied from community to community. So we revised the act to essentially create no-fault insurance so that if it originates in the unit or a component exclusively serving the unit owner is responsible for now up to $10,000. We want to push it up to $25,000, and there's HB 469, Delegate Holmes is sponsoring, which will accomplish that. It will also require the unit owners to maintain what we call HO6 coverage to insure them for that assessment. But this bill goes too far because it will make a unit owner who is not responsible, who's not negligent, responsible for perhaps a catastrophic fire that burns down the entire building. If the proponent's concern is maintenance and negligence, change 11-125 of the Act to allow the condominiums to go into the units and replace failing appliances at the unit owner's expense. That's the way to deal with maintenance issues and negligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. We'll start with Delegate Roberts.
Skip then. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear. The insurance that's now 10 that you're trying to drive up to 20, go up to 25,000, that's on top of, that would be on top of the insurance that we're required to pay?
Okay, right now, the condominium has the master insurance policy that they are required by law to insure units and common elements exclusive of improvements and betterments and your personal property as the unit owner. The betterments and improvements in personal property is insured by your HO6 policy, your owner's policy, okay? Included within the owner's policy is also what they call loss assessment coverage. So that if a component of your unit fails causing an insurable loss, the master policy has to cover that. The condominium can pass through now up to $10,000, and your insurance company, your owner's insurance policy would cover that $10,000 under the loss assessment less your deductible. Whatever it is. That's the way it currently is set
And I'm
up.
sorry, can you just repeat what you said the solution is to what the bill is trying to address?
If the proponent's concern is that unit owners are failing to maintain their units and the components serving their units, which is causing these insurable losses, which is largely true, I don't deny it, the thing to do is for this legislature to change 11-125 of the Condo Act, which would permit the condo after notice and an opportunity to cure by the owner. If they don't do it, if they don't replace their 25-year-old hot water heater or their dishwasher or toilet or whatever it is, go in there and replace it at the owner's expense.
Have you had this conversation with the bill sponsor?
I have not, no.
Okay.
But I would be happy to.
Okay, all right. I'm just wondering. Okay, thanks.
I see no further questions, Mr. Silverman. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you,
Seeing no
committee.
other witnesses for this bill, this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1211. We'll now go to House Bill 1073. Welcome, Delegate Lewis. And you have your panel with you. You can bring them up with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just get settled in here. And my panel includes Albert Turner, Minister Thomas Anderson, Thibault Manikin, John Bay, and Kiana Johnson. I think we have enough chairs for that many people, but we will adjust as needed. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the esteemed Economic Matters Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Delegate Robin Lewis, here on behalf of House Bill 1073, what I like to call the Fair Chance Housing Act. So this committee, you guys deal with a lot of really thorny and complex issues. As I waited to come up before you, I got to hear a little bit about some of them. And I trust that you will give this bill your careful, thoughtful, analytical attention. But ultimately, what I'm bringing before you is a bill that centers opportunity. Every Marylander deserves the chance to live in healthy, stable housing. Everyone deserves housing opportunity. This bill also centers fairness. Every Marylander deserves a fair chance
to start their lives over, to have a second chance, to have a place to live and begin their life. The bill also respects landlords who are such an important participant in our communities, in our economy. This bill respects landlords' right to screen tenants, to assess them, and even sometimes reject them, while also centering opportunity and fairness. But here's what the bill doesn't do. This bill prohibits discrimination on the basis of criminal history. Now, I'm guessing some of your ears perked up. And what do I mean by that? Any Marylander seeking housing should be able to be considered by a landlord without respect to their criminal history, without discrimination against their past. Mind you, there are amendments proposed to this bill. They carefully and thoughtfully refine what particular criteria, what particular conditions of criminal history can be prohibited from or can be included in a landlord's consideration. But a blanket rejection based on criminal history is prohibited under this bill. Now, why does this matter? Because housing is healthcare. Housing is economic opportunity. Housing is family wealth building. Housing for everyone strengthens our communities, not the least of whom include our landlords. They're part of our communities too. So a bill that's grounded in opportunity, fairness, respect, is before you, and I really hope you'll give it careful consideration. I'm going to quickly outline what the bill does, but I'm joined by an incredible panel of experts who will dig into the details and tell you more. What this bill does is it creates conditions through which landlords can consider prospective applicants and prevent them from discriminating based on criminal history. The bill requires landlords to consider a tenant applicant, a rental applicant, only after they've given notice of their conditions consideration, and that includes disclosure of criminal history, criminal records check. Landlords are required or expected not to take a tenant's money until they've given that notice, not to take an application fee till they've given that notice. The bill does a number of other things as well, but by setting up a series of checks and balances through the application process, we believe that this proposal will open doors for housing for a lot more deserving Marylanders. So with that, I'll end my testimony and I'll hand the mic over to my panel. If it's all right with you, Madam Chair, I'd like to start with Minister Anderson, Minister Thomas Anderson from Build. Before we do that, thank you. If I may, Madam Chair, I believe there may be advocates in the gallery who won't necessarily be giving oral testimony. And if it's all right with you, may I invite them to stand and just say "me too," so that we don't have 1,000 people testifying in your committee. So everyone who's here from the Build organization who supports the bill, stand up and just wave quietly. So that's how many people. It doesn't mean they're all testifying, okay? But they're here.
And thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister Thomas Anderson, if you would.
Thank you. I sit before you to announce that Build strongly supports HB 1073, which eliminates discriminatory housing practices against most returning citizens. My name is Thomas Anderson. I am a Build leader, a former lifer who spent 22 and a half years behind prison walls. During that time, I've had many developing moments of introspection, which prepared me for my freedom. When I was released in 2019, I believed that I had fully paid my debt to society, only to find that although the prison gates were open, the doors of opportunity were still locked. I was treated as if I was still expected to pay a debt that I no longer owed. I wore a scarlet letter of oppression that branded me, humiliated me, emasculated me, and mutilated my progress. And despite having worked hard to obtain a good job, good credit, and good standing in the community, I was repeatedly denied the dignity of fair and equitable housing. So in an attempt to change that, I joined forces with Build and Turnaround Tuesday, where we systematically canvassed the community, talking with over 1,000 returning citizens, and found that housing discrimination was the #1 issue plaguing the justice involved. This legal but immoral form of discrimination negatively impacts 1.3 million Marylanders, along with those that's languishing behind prison walls. We have been marginalized, disenfranchised, and denied the human dignity of autonomy. It is time for these antiquated practices to be dismantled. Therefore, we at Build strongly support the Fair Chance Housing Bill, because with legislation without courage is empty, and because justice without people is nothing but ink on the paper, let's do this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manikin?
I promised myself a long time ago I would never go after Mr. Thomas Anderson. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Thibaut Manikin. I'm a real estate developer in Baltimore and the CEO of Seawall. We develop and operate multifamily housing across the city. I'm here today in strong support of the Fair Chance Housing Act. I've been fortunate to build a community of incredible friends in Baltimore. Some of the most inspiring people I know are men who have been impacted by the criminal justice system. Men who have served long sentences, who came home, did the hard work, got educated, and are now artists, entrepreneurs, leaders, and advocates in our city. One of those men is my great friend, Thomas Anderson, who you've just heard from. Recently, Thomas shared a story with me that stopped me in my tracks. Without telling me, he had applied to rent an apartment in one of our Seawall buildings. He was in the process of looking for housing, but more than that, he wanted to understand what the process felt like for someone with a record like his. His application was denied. When he told me, I was embarrassed. Here's a man who is helping to lead Build, one of the most impactful organizations in Baltimore. Someone who is actively making our city safer, stronger, and more connected than I ever could. And he couldn't even rent an apartment in a building that I helped to create. That can't be the system that we stand behind. If we truly believe in second chances, then our housing policies need to reflect that. This bill is not just about fairness. It's about unlocking human potential, strengthening our communities, and aligning our practices and the values we say we hold. I'm proud to stand in support of it alongside many of my colleagues in the development community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for having me at the committee. My name is Kiana Johnson, and I am the founder and executive director of Life After Release, a Prince George's County organization that works with formerly incarcerated women and families navigating reentry. I am also a directly impacted woman who returned home from incarceration and had to rebuild my life while confronting the barriers placed on me by people with criminal records. I'm here today to express my strong support for HB 1073. Through my work, I regularly meet with women who are doing everything society asks of them. They have jobs, they're going to school, they're raising their children, they're connecting with their families. However, when it comes time to apply for housing, many of them are denied automatically the moment they do a background check. Often these rejections come before landlords even consider their income, reference, or rental history. Stable housing is one of the most important factors for successful reentry. Without it, it becomes much harder for someone to maintain employment, comply with supervision requirements, and also to build their stability. HB 1073 does not prevent landlords from considering criminal history. It simply ensures that applicants are first evaluated based on qualifications as a tenant. That's how those decisions are made. Other jurisdictions have already taken this approach. California, for example, has implemented fair chance housing protections that limit how criminal histories can be used in tenant screening. It also is important to remember that public safety mechanisms already exist. Many returning citizens are monitored through parole and probation, and for certain offenses, individuals are subject to registries that track them as the law requires. Because these systems already exist, blanket housing discrimination does not increase safety. As a matter of fact, it depletes it. It simply creates more barriers to rebuilding your life. Stable housing is one of the strongest predictors of successful reentry and safer communities, and for that reason, I ask for a favorable return on this bill. Thank you.
Members of the committee, my name is Albert Turner. I'm an attorney with the Public Justice Center, who we're asking for a favorable report on House Bill 1073. If I can just give maybe some back history on this on a federal level. In April of 2016, the Obama administration gave guidance on how landlords should be evaluating someone with a criminal record, noting that arrest records and convictions, no matter how big they are or how dangerous they are, should be taken into consideration. And if denial is issued, that denial needs to be substantial, legitimate, and done in a non-discriminatory way. In 2022, the Biden administration solidified that guidance as well by renewing their own guidance, issuing that for the purposes of discrimination based on housing and criminal records, that could be tantamount to what's called disparate impact discrimination. Because of the overwhelming majority or the disproportionate population of people who are incarcerated being Black and brown, that a flat discriminatory denial of convictions can be tantamount to disparate impact based on race and other protected classes. Unfortunately, November of last year, those guidances were rescinded, and there are no more guidances on how landlords should be enforcing these type of criminal background checks and giving a person a chance to show that they've been reformed, that they have mitigating evidence and the likes. And so it's important that Maryland step up once again to ensure that Maryland residents, the over 1 million people with criminal records, are able to show that they have been reformed, that they've done their time, and that they are not discriminated against based on that record. And for that, we request a favorable report. Thank you.
I would ask you to wait, if you don't mind. Thank you. That's my sponsor panel, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarifying question to the sponsor. Is it correct, yes or no, that this bill does not prohibit landlords from considering criminal history, but simply requires that such consideration occurs after a conditional offer rather than an initial application stage?
That's correct. And that, just to make clear, that is a mechanism that prevents a blanket immediate rejection of an applicant.
Go ahead.
And if I may, I would ask one of my colleagues who is more expert on the matter to respond.
Sure. So there are in the bill some exceptions to the conditional offer. So what would happen is if you have been convicted of a sex crime, or if you've been on a lifetime registration or have ever been on a lifetime registration, you must disclose that to the landlord upon the initial application. For the purposes of that, that is just because of the nature of those type of criminal convictions, a landlord, we're allowing the landlord to ask for that. On the back end, what happens on a conditional offer is after the client, the tenant, the applicant shows that they qualify based on their income, based on their employment, credit score, whatever other mechanisms the landlord finds to be necessary, what will happen is they'll give what the tenant what's called a conditional offer, saying, but for your criminal record, you qualify among these other ways. And that is a way to show and to keep the landlord honest as to why they're approving them or not approving them, and also to let the tenant know exactly why they're being denied, whether they're being denied because of their credit score, employment, and the likes. Once that conditional offer is met, then a limited list in that bill allows for the landlord to take a look at the offers and the convictions that are done. Those lists in that bill specifically are related to whether or not that person would be a good tenant. So you have fraud, writing back checks, obviously, those things would tend to, relate to whether or not that person could pay or might be there. And there is a look back period on those things. The guidance that I mentioned that was rescinded made it clear that for the purposes of conviction evaluation, that it's important to note that no matter what the conviction is, we want to make sure that we're denying person because their conviction is actually related to whether or not they'll be a good tenant in that way.
Thank you. The second question, if I heard correctly on your testimony, serious crime exception, just to clarify for the committee, yes or no, under this bill, landlords may still deny housing based on serious convictions such as murder or human trafficking or certain sexual offenses or crime requiring lifetime sex offender registration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the last question about the transparency. Is it fair to say yes or no that this bill promotes transparency and fairness by requiring landlords to provide a written explanation when a conditional offer is withdrawn based on criminal history?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Delegate, thanks for the bill. Just for some clarification for you, Economic Matters deals with workforce development. So we are the ones that help the General Assembly pass ban the box legislation. We support legislation that allows folks to get licensing that may have had criminal background. So we know this process, just applying it to housing is a little different. But so my question is, this approach, is this something done in another state, another jurisdiction? Where are you getting your process from?
There is, if I may, yes. So Washington, D.C., they do this, and I believe, you'll see some of the favorable amendments, some of the landlords, they actually operate in Washington, D.C., where this bill is modeled after. On a local level, Montgomery County, as well as Prince George's County, they also do this in this way. I think for the purposes, and I'll say I did see AOBA's favorable amendment suggesting to adopt the Montgomery County bill. Our response or our issue with that is, while we appreciate the Montgomery County bill, we think that it does not go far enough. It is the inverse of what this bill does, in that it says that the landlord can deny someone for pretty much everything except for 9 convictions, which are typically, I guess, what we would call crimes of poverty, and then misdemeanors within a 2-year look back. And we think that that doesn't go nearly far enough in the way that it needs to be. Prince George's County has a 7-year look back period for all convictions from there. New Jersey just passed this bill as well. Seattle as well. This is not something that's new. This is something that we believe is going to be necessary for the time being for those who are returning home.
Okay, the second question, I guess, for the sponsor. Have you seen the fiscal note, Department of Housing?
Yes, it's not zero.
No, it's not. And it seems to be because they needed to hire a person, they say, to create this database that you're asking about. What is this database? I haven't read the bill, sorry. What's the database tracking? What's the purpose of this database?
Thank you for the question. Forgive me, may I ask one of my expert colleagues to respond?
Yes, so in the bill, the Office of Tenant Landlord Affairs is responsible or does have the authority to record landlords who are violators of this for a database that can be open and inspected by the public. I know that there's some amendments on that from the landlord lobby that they're looking to change. However, we want to make sure that landlords who are perpetual violators of this are held accountable to, people know who they are, and that for the purposes of just ensuring that they're actually going to change that issue, change their denials, that we're able to just monitor that as well.
And is that the enforcement mechanism that's used in the other states?
Yeah, well, so that's not necessarily an enforcement mechanism. The enforcement mechanism would come either from the private right of action under their Title 13, or the Attorney General's office would be able to bring a case against that violator landlord in that case. The Office of Tenant Landlord Affairs generally would just be for the purposes of recording and publishing bad acting landlords who continue to deny people for their
Okay, I see what
renters.
you're trying to do. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Lewis, for bringing this bill. This is a matter of the heart for me, being that, growing up, my father and my brother were incarcerated at the same time. I saw both of them return home at the same time, and I felt the struggle of what it was like to try and find secure employment, secure housing, and in my district, in the 40th district, you have the unfortunate reality that proportionally we send the most people to prison in the state, which means that we have the most returning citizens. So having legislation that improves opportunities for those individuals to find housing is really important. So thank you for bringing this bill forward. Many of the questions that I originally had have been answered, but I wanted to get more. We got the fiscal note knowledge now. It's not zero, but we're gonna figure something out. But I wanted to get a better understanding of the economic impact of a bill like this on the renters, on Maryland. What would it mean economically for us to have this bill pass? If this bill were to pass, what are the economic benefits? Because I think there might be some that maybe we're not thinking about, and I'm sure that you all have thought about. If you could elaborate on that, that'd be wonderful.
If I may, I'd like to share my thoughts on that, but my expert panelists may also have perspectives from particularly the property owner and landlord here. But from my perspective, we've entered into, we've declared our mission is to expand housing production, and that means expanding housing opportunity. We have the opportunity to increase the number of people actually renting the properties that are currently available in places like Baltimore, particularly in some districts where we have a lot of vacant housing. Then we may find ourselves with a growing population where vacant properties are rehabilitated and then have new residents who are contributing to the community, to the economy, working, studying, and living as productive citizens. I also envision that this bill can help to pay for itself by incentivizing more people to come out of the shadows and knowing that they're welcome to participate in our society and communities and then become productive. That has the potential we can't even measure. When you talk about what's the word I'm looking for? The oppressive forces that hold people back, this will lighten that pressure, I think. So we can't really measure the cost of unmet human potential. I think this will help meet it. And anyone else, if it's all right, Madam Chair?
I'd love to hear from
you. If I can, real quick, I think there will be another panelist that will give you some more broad numbers, but I'll just say this. Homelessness is expensive. When folk are homeless, they have to live in shelters. Beds that need to be provided. That is a fiscal note on the state itself. And the best way to save money for the state is to ensure that people actually are housed. And I'll just leave it to that. And I know there will be a panelist to answer that question as well, if you'd like to ask that later on. Thank you.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate. Good to see you. So look, I mean, first, I just want to say I certainly can appreciate folks that might have gotten in trouble and that have served their time and have turned their lives around and now are trying to rebuild, right? And that's a thing, and that's an important thing. I always try to look at bills to see if there's any unintended consequences. So for example, I noticed on here that, the selling drugs is not a factor for whether you can deny. It says on here, right? I mean, is that one of the categories that can be considered?
No, it's not.
Drug kingpin? Is that a cat?
I believe there's some type of manufacturing that's an exception.
There's manufacturing, but there's not selling.
Right, that is correct.
So, and just, we're having an honest conversation, right? I mean, do you think that should be a factor, that whether somebody could choose to have somebody who's a known kingpin drug seller in a community, that they should be allowed to move in or not? And I only bring that up because there's a lot of things out there that maybe should be considered. I mean, it's hard to pick which categories. And look, all the ones that you listed are serious stuff. Child pornography, murder, sexual offenses, which includes all the way up to rape. All those things are obviously very important stuff. But I think there's a lot of other ones too that I think, in all fairness, if we were having an honest conversation, somebody should probably know if that individual is moving into the community. right? I think that would be fair to all the residents in the community to know that. The other issue that I have is that a violation of this potential law for merely checking someone's background would now make you a criminal, because this is a deceptive, a violation of this is considered an unfair, abusive, and deceptive trade practice, which is incarcerable up for a year. And so you got to ask yourself, so let me get this straight. We are going to now criminalize landlords for merely checking a background and have them potentially be incarcerated for just checking to see if someone's a potential criminal to move in. I think that should be certainly a consideration for the legislation, because this is the most severe penalty you can give someone for, in this particular case, merely checking a background, right? Some sort of violation of this, this background check, they would be violating an unfair, abusive, deceptive trade practice, which is a very severe penalty, including going to jail for a year. And I don't think that's the intent of this panel, is to criminalize landlords for merely doing a background check for a prospective tenant. Is that fair to say?
I appreciate that question. That's certainly not the intent of the bill. Okay. I'll say that wherever there are ways to improve and streamline this bill so it meets its stated intent, I very much welcome the input and expertise of this committee to help do that. Once I step away from this microphone, the bill belongs to you after all. But it's certainly not the intent of the bill to criminalize landlords. As the way I understand it, this bill won't change the right and the ability of landlords to conduct criminal background checks. This bill doesn't change existing law on that. It simply aims to prevent landlords from a blanket rejection of a prospective tenant based simply on their criminal background, with the exception of the convictions that are enumerated here. But I thank you for your attention on that.
And the last thing I'll just say, and maybe it's just for the good of the order, so I practice a little law and I do some landlord-tenant stuff, and a lot of cases don't end in a conviction, you know, and maybe for good reason. But you know, I would like to think that if you had, for example, a prospective tenant, and we've seen other legislation that has had 10 failure to pay rents filed against them, right? And they were never adjudicated, just filed, right? You know, that may be an indication of whether this person is actually going to pay, right? Just like you could have an individual that was incarcerated for something completely unrelated that's been an excellent tenant. And that's maybe somebody that you want to have, you know? And so it's hard to have these really black and white type bills sometimes, because it's hard to predict whether, just because someone was incarcerated, whether it'd be a good tenant. And I think to your point, there's probably a lot of good tenants that may have had something in their past that we want to be good tenants. But at the same time, like with the rigidities, some of the rigidity here, like for example, it's only convictions. And so you could have somebody who has been charged with rape 5 times, but they were never convicted. I don't know. Is that a factor? Maybe. You know, is it a PBJ? You know, not a conviction, but a probation. You know, is that a factor? Maybe. You know, so these are the questions: of what should we see to know what is the best for the community? That's all.
And I thank you again. And I would just say, I'll entrust you and the wisdom of this committee, but landlords have the ability to make those judgments now, and this bill doesn't change that. It simply asks them to consider a prospective tenant on the grounds of the basic sort of entry-level qualifications for tenancy without blanket rejection of a candidate tenant on the basis of the history.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And to the sponsor, interesting bill. I view tenants as customers in many respects, and I think most business people understand the nature of trying to do business the best way we know how, in a non-discriminatory way. So your bill's interesting at some level, because I think you're saying that a landlord can make a decision, but you don't want them to prejudice that decision merely on the basis of a person's background. And so that's an interesting policy decision. Let me just start by saying that most of my concerns about the bill, Delegate Pippy brought up from the lens of Consumer Protection Act. Now, we have so many bills that have come through in my 12 years, and think Delegate Pippy and I are probably on the same wavelength on most of these. At what point do we have a piece of legislation that rises to the occasion where we want to have it be a violation of the unfair deceptive trade practice? And my suggestion would be that if you're trying to make this bill workable and amenable and also fair in the lens of the landlord, is that we try to find a way to find a different either penalty provision or, perhaps there could be a one strike and two strike, maybe there's a knowing violation, something. And would you be willing to consider having this penalty provision revisited at its foundation?
Thank you so much, Delegate Adams. I think that's a great question. I'd certainly be open to any changes that would make this bill workable and get the intended result that we want, which is more people safely and stably housed. And may I? Oh, yes,
sure,
please.
Yes.
Just clarity, I agree with the sponsor on this. I just think, just to give you more clarity and maybe some background on this, so New Jersey passed this bill a couple years ago, and even with this passage, landlords were still denying people for their criminal record in violation of that law. And it was only until Attorney General's office came in and started suing landlords for this that the landlords actually started to take this seriously. So we take your points into consideration, absolutely, but want to make sure that enforcement is an incredibly important part of this bill, because without it, the teeth just isn't there.
So in a business regulation sense, there are oftentimes in our committee, there are violations, and then there are repeat violations, there are knowing violations, and so in labor law, we cut off and understand the importance of legislation. We also understand protecting somebody who made an honest mistake along the way. So that's my only point on that as we consider the legislation. Just so I make sure I understand how the bill works, if you've got a landlord, somebody comes in, makes application, I won't speak for every landlord, but I think the first criteria is, can the person who's applying afford the rent? Do they have income to base their ability to rent? So that standard in some respects doesn't change under this bill, right? I mean, that is a background check of their credit and perhaps their history as it relates to paying rent to other landlords. That would come through the lens of getting a background on the judicial case search, right? I mean, so that has to happen. So my question would be, can the landlord do some of these basic credit checks, and also have there been prior evictions, non-payment of rents, those sort of things? Is that different than the criminal component that you're trying to get at?
It's very different from the criminal component, so.
And how would you bifurcate that out, if you don't mind? I'm just asking for clarity for purpose.
Understanding, so I know in DC, and we'll have some people who know how that works in DC, they'll maybe give us more context. So that's what the conditional offer is so important. So even if the landlord gets a report that shows a full criminal record, in addition to the credit score, employment, they still must evaluate the person based on this criteria, right? So they must ignore the criminal record, conviction. Obviously, we would like them not even to look at it until they actually approve them. But the reason for the conditional offer is specifically because of that. So we're not restricting the landlord from looking at, this bill is not restricting the landlord from looking at, filings or employment history or eviction history in this way. That's not the restriction on this bill.
I mean, the only complication is it's a matter of public record. So it's a thing that I understand you're saying that landlords are not supposed to use that, but rather it's not as if you have to dig very hard to get the information, is my point.
I understand, and this is why the importance of the conditional offer is so important, because it keeps the landlord honest as to why they're denying the person. Is it for their credit score? Is it for their employment? Or is it for this criminal record? And they don't want to use that they want to use a criminal record as a proxy.
So the most important part of this bill has less to do with what a landlord does behind the scenes after an application has been turned in, and more about whether or not a conditional offer is being made. So the conditional offer is the meat of your legislation here. Is that correct?
I don't want to choose between my children, but I would say that it's a very, very important child.
Okay.
If I would say it like that.
So, Madam Chair, let me just ask one more question, if you don't mind. So in that conditional offer, don't you think so? I mean, I want to be, I understand the bill. Let me just say I understand the bill. Are you concerned that a conditional offer that is later not returned with a, hey, come in, sign the lease, is going to lead to some folks being really upset? Like, I got a conditional offer, why don't you just finish the deal? Why don't you complete the transaction?
I think that's where notice comes in.
Yeah, I mean, the applicant will get notice that, hey, the process is, we're going to evaluate for these things, credit score, background check, or credit score, employment, and then you're given a conditional offer. But the conditional offer is based on you passing this criminal record inspection.
Thank you for answering my questions.
I see no additional questions. Delegate Lewis, did you have another panelist that you wanted up? Is he part of your panel? Because I counted 5.
Well, there's a second panel. This was my sponsor panel. There's a wonderful group of expert panelists coming behind me, but this will be the end of my
Great.
presentation.
Thank you so much for your panelists. There are no further questions for you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll now call on Juanita Scott, Ramika Robinson Peoples, Gary Mitchell, Zafar Shah, and John Bay.
Good afternoon, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is John Bay. I am the director of the Opening Doors to Housing Initiative at the Vera Institute of Justice. We are a national criminal justice reform organization. My team has years of experience implementing housing policies that further safety and justice. I urge a favorable report on HB 1073. This bill helps prospective tenants receive a fair chance at securing housing, specifically those who meet all tenancy qualifications but are denied because of their criminal record. We hear from landlords that this is to ensure safety. However, there is no evidence that excluding people with conviction histories makes communities safer. A criminal background check provides information about a person at the time of their last conviction, but it says nothing about who they are today, including their progress once they return to the community. In fact, most people with a conviction in their past never have another one. Considerations like a person's ability to pay rent, ties to their community, and employment status are more useful in determining whether someone will be a good tenant. The law is written to balance the need for safety and justice with concern for property owners. One study shows that 4 years after incarceration, less than 2% of people make more than $50,000 per year. That means that most formerly incarcerated people cannot afford the average Maryland rent of $2,000. Studies also show that with every year that passes after a person is released from incarceration, the risk of recidivating diminishes, eventually reaching a point that is equal to the general public's risk of committing a crime. For most people leaving incarceration, it can take years to develop the financial stability required to afford a rental. Those who can overcome these challenges, demonstrate stability, and meet tenancy qualifications will be fitting tenants who pose no risk. Maryland deserves safety, justice, and economic prosperity. This bill delivers all three. I urge a favorable report on HB 1073. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Juanita Scott. I have been a housing provider in Baltimore City since 2023, and I'm the founder of Maverick Village, a low-barrier, community-based housing model serving returning citizens exclusively. I'm here in strong support of the Maryland Fair Chance Housing Act, HB 1073. I have housed tenants with and without criminal records, and I can say clearly, people with records are no different than any other tenants. In my experience, they are not dangerous. They pay their rent on time, and they do not disturb the community. What they face are automatic denials that ignore who they are today and the progress they've made. I have worked with justice-impacted individuals for over 25 years in community-based settings, public education, and corrections. In 2024, while exploring opening a halfway house and having used the traditional high-barrier screening process for rentals, I saw firsthand how difficult it is for someone with a record to secure housing, no matter how stable or qualified they are. I had a vacant 2-bedroom apartment, furnished it, and decided to start with what I had. That decision evolved into Maverick Village. What I have seen since then is simple. When people have stable housing, they work, they reconnect with their families, and they rebuild their lives. Housing is not a reward, it is a foundation for public safety and successful reentry. This bill is not burdensome for landlords. A conditional offer followed by a background check is a reasonable, structured process. It preserves the landlord's discretion while ensuring applicants are evaluated individually rather than automatically denied. The Maryland Fair Chance Housing Act is a balanced, practical step towards safer communities and stronger families. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. I'm Minister Gary Mitchell. I live in Salisbury. During my drug addiction, I went from retail theft to several unarmed robberies. I emphasize unarmed to be clear, I never physically hurt anyone. I served 8 years and I was released in 2022. When I came home, it was very hard to find employment. I tried everywhere. Eventually, my mother helped me get a full-time job, paying $13 an hour, and an advocate helped me get a part-time night job at $17 an hour. I would leave one job and go straight to the next, doing everything I could to make ends meet, yet I still could not secure housing. I was denied housing simply because of my criminal record. I was actually told that. I have no prior evictions, I had a good credit score, I even had someone that was willing to co-sign. And during all these denials, the application fees kept adding up. Eventually, one property manager really wanted to help me and take a chance. But because he knew how his property owners felt about criminal backgrounds, he asked me, could I pay 2 months rent upfront plus a security deposit just to push the application through. I was able to do that by the help of my aunt. Today, I am a homeowner and I am the product, the fruit of what a chance can do. I'm grateful for God's grace and for the people that helped me, and I strongly suggest the passage of this bill.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to gather with you today. My name is Ramika Robinson, and I'm not just here as an advocate. I am not just here as a professional working in reentry and education, but as a formerly incarcerated woman whose life was put at risk because I could not access safe housing. I served my sentence, but my punishment did not end when I was released. As a native of Washington, D.C., I was released into Baltimore with no family and no housing. Because of my record, housing options were closed off entirely. Even though I had been released, I still felt trapped. This time by policy, stigma, and systematic barriers. With nowhere else to go, I moved in with a former partner, and that situation became extremely toxic and abusive. If Fair Chance Housing had been a place, I would have had a real chance to choose safety instead of survival. Fair Chance Housing is not a reward or a handout. It is the foundation of safety. Maslow's hierarchy of needs teaches us that before growth and stability, people must first have safety. Without securing safe housing first, employment, education, recovery, and compliance all become unstable. How can we expect people to rebuild their lives while simultaneously denying them the foundation needed to do so? When housing is denied based solely on a record, it pushes people towards harm, homelessness, and survival choices that undermine public safety. This is not rehabilitation. It is a continuation of punishment. Today, I stand before you, too, as a proud homeowner, but as someone who has survived and someone who works every day to make reentry safer for others. I strongly urge you to pass the Fair Chance Housing Act so that release in Maryland means safety, dignity, and a real opportunity to succeed.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, members of the committee. Zafar Shah from Maryland Legal Aid. We urge a favorable report on the Fair Chance and Housing Bill. I want to just clarify the tenant screening process that you've heard about so that the picture really comes together. You do have, as Delegate Adams talked about, the opportunity at the outset to screen, as your first initial screening, all the consumer history that a landlord would normally look at, including references from other landlords, as well as looking at certain criminal history, major crimes, with only one window for the enumerated crimes in that section of screening, which is for 10 years for first-degree murder and second-degree murder. At that point, there is the conditional offer which the landlord may extend. If they decide not to extend that conditional offer, there is an opportunity in the Fair Chance Bill for the applicant to provide mitigating factor information. This is what an important feature of the bill, which is about individualized assessments. Conditional offer is something that's really important to avoid pretextual excuses or reasons to pull a housing opportunity away from someone once the door has been opened for additional criminal conviction screening. Mr. Turner said the favored child here is the conditional offer. There's another favored child here, which is the reassessment stage, which happens if the conditional offer is withdrawn. And that's where there are 6 factors which the landlord must consider with information of mitigating factors provided after withdrawal, notice of the withdrawal of the conditional offer. With my remaining time, I do also want to point out that the bill does include protection for landlords from liability for using this multi-part screening process. Some courts around the country have found that landlords could be liable to someone who becomes a victim of crime in absence of an adequate screening policy. This is the adequate screening policy, but to go further, the bill does have express language to protect landlords from that liability. We urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for your panel. Thank you to each of you for coming before us with your testimony. I now call on Terry Speaks. Terry Speaks. Okay, no Terry Speaks. We do have virtual witnesses. Shanice Anderson. At all? Okay, none of our virtuals are present. We do have favorable amendment. Do we have Brian Anlou from AOBA? Gabriel Auteri. Is Lisa Harris-Jones here?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name's Gabe Auteri. I'm with Harris, Jones, and Malone here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. And I want to say this loudly so everyone can hear. We are here favorable with amendments. We have a couple key amendments that we think make this bill implementable. Number one, and I think most critically, this bill creates a process problem. Today, if a landlord wants to rent an apartment, or if a prospective tenant wants to lease an apartment, there's a vacancy or an expected vacancy. That prospective tenant then says, I'd like to make an offer. That prospective tenant then submits the application. That prospective tenant, their application then gets vetted. And then if they're accepted as a tenant, the landlord says, congratulations, you get to move in. What this does is it adds an additional part to that process, an additional series of steps. And for landlords, every day, 365 days a year, those 365 days are important. That's how you can afford to keep the lights on. Vacancy during those days, when you lose a day, you don't get that back. And so when we have a process, when we introduce a new step to that process or a new element to that process and say, okay, you just did the whole thing, but now we have to introduce, you made a conditional offer. And now, not concurrently, but separately, now you can run the criminal background check. And once that criminal background check is done, let's say that there is a flag, that there is an issue, that the landlord wants to deny or rescind the offer. There's now then an additional non-time bound, not clear in the bill, mitigation appeal process. And so for how long does that unit have to stay vacant during that process? Thank you so much. Welcome any questions, and we look forward to working with the sponsor, the committee, and the proponents.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Anley with the Apartment and Office Building Association, also favorable with amendments. Many AOBA members are proud to offer second chance housing to returning citizens. AOBA members support the disclosure requirements, individualized assessments, and giving tenants the ability to challenge inaccuracies in the criminal history records. They are already by and large complying with this in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties, as you've heard. However, landlords need to be able to screen prospective tenants for convictions that pose risks to staff and other tenants, including violent crimes such as murder, assault, burglary, robbery, and fraud. This bill would prohibit screening for some of those crimes after a 3-year look-back period, which is why we recommend amending the bill to mirror Montgomery County's Housing Justice Act. This county law only prohibits screening tenants for low-level offenses, including trespass, petty theft, indecent exposure, possession of marijuana, disturbing the peace, and other misdemeanors after 2 years. The General Assembly should not enact a stricter standard than the state's most progressive jurisdiction, and for that, we urge a favorable report with amendments.
Thank you. We'll start with the Vice Chair, Delegate Adams, and then Delegate Queen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Gabe, right? I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking, it's MMHA that you're, okay.
That's correct.
So is it, I just want to understand your position. You're saying that the actual sort of crimes that this is trying to protect people who have that history from being discriminated against are okay with you. It's the process that you have a concern with, is that right?
Yeah, so in our written testimony, and thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair, for the question. In our written testimony, we've proposed a few additional amendments, including what the sort of schedule and delineation for lookbacks should be. But I think the process here is what creates a ton of challenges. And I think ultimately when you add those challenges to a system that already has an affordability problem, as you all are intimately aware of. When we add days to that calendar of vacancy, when we add days to that calendar of uncertainty, we're creating additional expense on the provision of housing. And when we create additional expense to provide housing, we create additional expense to
yeah, I understand that. I think the challenge, if I understand from the perspective of the folks who are putting the bill together from the sponsor, is she still here or does she have to leave? From the sponsor, I'll talk to her later, is that there's this attempt to sort of actually balance what a landlord would want to be able to influence with people's rights to housing and right to not be discriminated against. And I think like the cleanest thing to do is to just say you can't look at criminal backgrounds, right? And that would make sure, I mean, that'd be super efficient, and that would make sure that no one was discriminated against based on that, right? But you're trying to strike this balance of saying, okay, maybe it's reasonable for landlords to look at and exclude people based on these things. And I don't necessarily want to go through the whole thing with you now, but I think that what I see is that process being put in place to give landlords an opportunity to look at some of the things they might want to look at. And so I'm not sure that I understand, but maybe if I read your whole thing in full detail, I would understand better. So if you can just, maybe I'll just say, like, if we can work with the sponsor, because I think the reason it's complicated is because you're trying to honor landlords' ability to consider some things.
I appreciate that. And if I may respond, I think fundamentally what we heard from the sponsor and the proponents is that this is in part about letting people know that though they're a well-qualified applicant, they were rejected because of their criminal history, their criminal background check. And those things can happen in a single step. Those things can happen concurrently. They don't need to be bifurcated, and it doesn't need to add time to this process. We can do all of that at once and let an applicant know, here's why you were rejected.
I think the issue, similar to ban the box, is that I think there's two parts to it. One is if you can do a criminal background check, it's very hard to know when you reject somebody what it's for, right? Because you're looking at credit, you're looking at this, you're looking at that, you get this criminal background. And so it's the idea behind, even with like ban the box, is that you have to consider people based on everything else, engage with them, right? And then after you decide whether they're appropriate as a tenant or not, or appropriate as an employee or not, then you can consider the criminal background in different way. So you're trying to keep folks from just having applications tossed in the trash before they get considered in other ways. I think that's the thought process. So I don't want to negotiate the whole process for you, but I think that I think there's a little more to it, so I hope you'll keep working with the sponsor. Absolutely. My question to you, Brian, is I think what your position is, we should be able to discriminate on a whole bunch more crimes than we're able to in Montgomery County. Like Montgomery County is, right, because there's this gap between what Montgomery County allows you to exclude people for and what this bill would allow you to exclude people for. Is that right?
Yeah, I would take issue with the use of the word discriminate. I would say, basically screen tenants and hedge for the risk that they may pose to the community and other tenants.
Yeah.
But yes, I think there is this gap between what this bill is trying to do and what Montgomery County has already done, in that they've said, okay, if you have these low-level offenses, petty offenses, if you will, you can't deny housing for those reasons. If there are other reasons or other crimes that they may have committed, you can. However, you still have to do these other things. So I want to make clear that just because a landlord says, okay, we saw something on your criminal background history that we want to screen you for, the tenant still has an opportunity to challenge inaccuracies in that report.
Inaccuracies
to request an individualized assessment, to basically provide evidence of other mitigating factors that they're essentially a contributing member to society, that they have good references that perhaps would make the landlord want to take a chance on them to stay there.
But I think here's the thing. You're talking about safety to the community, which I think we all agree is important, and the question is just how we get there. And are you familiar with research on recidivism that shows that lack of access to housing is a significant contributor to rrecidivism? Are you familiar with that? There's quite a bit of it, but I'm just wondering if you're familiar with that research.
I haven't seen that. I have seen other research that looks at how someone's propensity to recidivate after a certain period of time. I think you heard some of the proponents say that after 3 or 4 years, the rate is much lower.
That's true too.
The DOJ has looked at that and done a study and looked at other states, and they found that that's not necessarily true, that some of the people that don't commit a crime, they are in fact arrested and or convicted after that 4 to 9 year period. And so I think there are some very real concerns and risks of not being able to screen for certain violent crimes and other things that pose real risks to the community.
So I want to talk about the research for a second, because I think there's a couple of different things. There's no research that says that after 3 years, everyone stops committing crimes, period, right? So people do commit crimes after 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is. But what the research shows is, in terms of trends, is that the longer someone stays out, the more likely they are to stay out. That's what the research shows. So I'm not sure I'm happy to look at the other thing that you have if you can send that to me. But the other thing the research shows is that if people have positive relationships, housing, stable housing, and a job, all of those things significantly decrease the predicted probability of recidivism. So as lawmakers trying to make communities more safe, we're trying to figure out how do we maximize the likelihood that people have positive relationships, housing, and a job. And so people have to live somewhere, and if we don't figure out how to get people in homes, then everyone is less safe, right? That individual plus our whole community. So I'm happy to look at the research that you have access to. I've looked at quite a bit of it over the years, but I do think we need to expand beyond just what Montgomery County has. So thank you both.
Okay, I won't be as long. All right, so just want to get a sense of the different processes, because I heard from the testimony there are at least 3 jurisdictions in our area that do something like this, and so kind of get a sense of how they differ. So for MMHA, do you operate in Baltimore or Prince George's or Montgomery County?
My understanding is that, so we have, let's look at the numbers here. 214,000 rental housing homes in the state of Maryland.
Do you
So we're across the state.
Do you operate in Prince George's County and Montgomery County. I didn't ask the whole
I'm gonna get you a very
Okay.
specific
I just
list
wanna make sure you
to
heard
be
the question.
100% sure, yes.
Can I answer the question? Maybe a little bit more. So AOBA is the apartment, we're both, AOBA and MMHA are both federated under the National Apartment Association. AOBA is the apartment association representing Montgomery and Prince George's County. MMHA has members from all over the state that may also operate in Montgomery and Prince George's County, but for the most part, AOBA represents multifamily building owners in Montgomery and Prince George's County. So if you have questions about Montgomery and Prince George's, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay, so then we'll stick with you, because you also operate in DC.
That's right.
All right, so you have all three.
Yes.
So,
well, to be clear, I have two. I have a counterpart in DC that has DC, but I can happy to speak to Montgomery and Prince George's.
Okay, so
I don't know the DC process as well.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to understand, because they said this is DC's process, and I wanted to kind of understand how does that differ from Montgomery County's, or, you know, why would you have issues with that one?
Well, again, for AOBA's part, we did not take issue with the conditional offer and how those things, because again, our members in Montgomery and Prince George's County already, by and large, have to comply with those as how they've set it up in Montgomery and Prince George's County, specifically with the crimes that they're allowed to screen for, the look-back periods. Prince George's is a little bit different. Prince George's has a longer list of crimes that you can screen for, but they only let you look back for 7 years, for example. Yeah, 7 years, as you heard. So again, every jurisdiction is a little bit different in terms of what crimes they put an emphasis on and that they think are important and that should be screened for. But ultimately, the process that you see sort of laid out before you is very similar across the three jurisdictions, Montgomery, Prince George's,
Do
and
you
DC.
have data on how many rejections you're getting because of criminal records across those, the Montgomery County and Prince George's that you work with?
I do not have data on number of rejections. We don't track that, and we haven't asked members for it. I can tell you that Montgomery County's Office of Human Rights, they looked at this issue about a year and a half ago. They only had, I think at the time, since it was first enacted, it was enacted during COVID, so 2020. So over, let's say, a 5-year period, they had only gotten 3 complaints. Now, their argument was that people just didn't know about the law. And so one of the things that the council changed was that you have to have a sign posted that basically says, you know, this is the law and this is sort of the process that you have to follow to screen for these things. And I looked it up. I couldn't find in the county's data portal or in their budget documents any measurable or considerable uptick in complaints for rejections or alleged discrimination on the basis of criminal history. So I'm happy to ask the county to see if they have that anywhere,
Okay.
but I could not find it.
I'm not gonna, I'll let the others talk, but let's talk after this.
Sure.
This is some more info I need.
Chair, so there's the existence of a wait list, and I thought I would just explore that with industry so I understand how industry sees this and actually how you do it in practice. But explain to me, I assume your members use wait lists, but if they do, how the wait list works within the context of this sort of predetermination, or I don't have the bill in front of me. So kind of just walk me through what the wait list looks like.
Sure.
Is that an application with some conditional approval before you get on the wait list, or is this just a wait list saying, hey, make application, we won't look at it until you've kind of come in line with the wait list? So I'm sorry.
Sure.
I hope I'm asking this
There's a
right.
lot of parts to that question. So firstly, wait lists exist because we have a shortage of housing. So you have not enough units and a lot of people applying for them. Often what you'll have is a tenant that may want to apply for multiple different types of units. Maybe they like this layout, they like that one, and they want to go through the application process generally and not for a specific unit. And if they do want a specific unit, they might get waitlisted because that unit that they want is not available, or it's not available immediately when they want it, but it may become available at some some determined point in the future. So wait lists are certainly a thing. And in those cases, at least in Montgomery and Prince George's County, as I said, you have to go through this process where you can screen for certain things. You can screen for income, you can screen for credit, and all that. And then if there is a unit that is available that you can offer the tenant, then you can say, okay, here's a unit, when can you move in? If there isn't a unit for the tenant, then they would, they could go on the wait list. And then at that point, when a unit becomes available, then maybe they could get access to that unit or say, okay, we would like that unit. And then at that point, you would be able to or have to screen for criminal history. And then the tenant, or rather the landlord, would have to unfortunately notify the tenant that because of their criminal background history, they're actually going to withdraw that conditional offer. And so, I do think this creates a little bit of unrealistic expectations on behalf of the tenant, and that they were, they're on a wait list. They may be, hoping to get access to one of these units, and then only to realize maybe a week or two later that even if the unit does become available, they're going to get screened out. So it does kind of create some, a little bit of tension there. But I hope that answers your question.
Well, I'll only ask an additional follow-up to make sure I'm clear, because it's an important question as it relates to this bill, because you're apparently in some respects already having to comply with it. So when you have, with your membership, somebody come in and make application, and you have a wait list. Let's just say that this is a property that has more demand than there are units available, so they hit the wait list. Is there any action taken by your member as far as, okay, we've got the wait list, we're going to start going down the wait list to see whether or not they pass some criteria, or is the wait list purely there for fairness and that you just, next one up gets to be reviewed for when the next opening shows up? And I hope I'm asking the question correctly, because
I think so. I think it's very property specific, both based on the demand for that property, based on the number and types of applicants that have applied. Ultimately, you want, it's sort of like dating. You want the best match, right? The person who you have the most certainty that's going to pay their rent on time, is going to be a good tenant, a courteous neighbor to the other tenants in the community, and that ultimately does not pose a risk. So to the extent that there is a wait list, it may depend. Some may do it on a first come, first served basis. Some may do it based on the criteria that they're screening for. And if you have someone with higher income and a better credit score that is waitlisted, you might take them first. So it really is property specific. But again, going back to this specific bill, it does create a little bit of tension where even if you do have someone who meets those other criteria, ultimately has to be screened out because of their criminal background.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on the Vice Chair question on housing and public safety, the Vera Institute of Justice and other studies I'm looking suggest that stable housing is strongly linked to improve health, education outcomes, and reduce crime. I'm wondering if stable housing contributes to public safety. How do policies that broadly exclude the research cited that more than 1 million Maryland residents, about 22% of the state population, have some form of criminal legal system involvement, and many face significant barriers to housing. So I would love to have your thoughts, if we broadly exclude so many people with conviction histories, and we have the housing crisis, how could we address that issues?
So Delegate, I appreciate the question. I think that in the context of this bill, we're saying, here's a new process and here's a list of criminal offenses that are relevant to that new process. And I think on one hand, the list of criminal offenses, we probably need to do a little bit more work on getting those right. And then on the other hand, we have the process question. And is the process, is adding steps to that process, is doing a bifurcated process, is saying you're accepted conditionally, sorry, actually you're not, several days later, and then having an appeal, and then having a vacancy, and having someone else who applied not get the unit during that whole while that process plays out, I think that's a challenge that we should address before it's made law.
Any policy suggestions then that how could we make this better?
I think we make this better by making the process very predictable. So whatever that process is, we've got to be specific about how long these things take. I think we make the process better by by compressing it to the extent possible and making it such that we're not having units sit vacant for days and days and days while we litigate's maybe not the right word, but while we go through a long, not particularly specific process as is stated in the bill. And I think we should be really clear about what offenses should be here and what offenses don't belong in here.
Okay, would love to follow up.
Thank you.
Offline.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony this afternoon. We'll move on to the unfavorables. Bill Costelli here.
Thank you.
Bill Costelli, he's not here. Seeing there's no further witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1073. We'll now move on to our last bill of the day, House Bill 1029. Delegate Roberts.
Can I bring my panel? Thank you.
Chase everyone off.
Okay. Good evening. Sorry that I have to be the last bill, but good afternoon, Chair Valderrama and Vice Chair Charkoudian, who's not in her seat, and members of my new committee, Economic Matters. There she is. For the record. For the record, I am Delegate Denise Roberts, and thank you for the opportunity to testify for the very first time in Economic Matters in my own committee, in strong support of House Bill 1209 concerning real property termination of residential real estate contracts contingency clauses. HB 1029 is a straightforward bill about fairness, clarity, and efficiency in residential real estate deals. It does two simple things. First, it cleans up and clarifies what a contingency is in a contract, and second, it gets buyers their own money back faster when a deal falls through under a valid contingency. Under current law, a contingency is already defined functionally. It's a clause that requires some specific event or action to occur for the contract to be enforceable, and that entitles a party to terminate the contract and receive the trust or earnest money. But the statute then tacks on a long laundry list of examples, appraisals, inspections, HOA notices, termites, etc. That list is incomplete, it can get outdated, and it invites fights over whether a clause counts just because it's not named. HB 1029 keeps the functional definition and simply removes the list. So the law is cleaner and more neutral. If it requires an event and lets you terminate and get the money back, it's a contingency. The second change is about getting people's money out of limbo. Today, when a purchaser terminates under a contingency, they can request their trust money back in writing, and the seller has 10 days to either file in district court or send a notarized mediation request. But after that, the holder of the trust money can sit for up to 30 days before releasing the funds if nobody objects. That's a long time when you're a family trying to move on, make a new offer, or put down a deposit on the next house. This bill keeps the seller's 10-day window to object, but says that if the holder of the trust money has not received a complaint or notarized mediation request within those 10 days, the holder must release the money to the purchaser within 5 days and notify both parties. So in the no dispute scenario, we go with maybe 30 days, to a clear 10 plus 5 day timeline. If there is a complaint or mediation request, nothing else changes. The holder keeps the funds until there is a court order, a mediation agreement, or they file an interpleader, just as under current law. The holder is still protected from liability if they follow the statute, and any aggrieved party can still go to district court. The Department of Legislative Services tells us that this has no impact on state or local finances and only a minimal small business effect. This is a cleanup and modernization bill that brings clarity to the statute and certainly to the marketplace while treating consumers fairly. So if no one goes to court or even picked up the phone to call a mediator in 10 days, then there's simply no good reason for the law to bless keeping a family's savings locked up for a month. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask a favorable report on House Bill 1029, and I'm going to pass it over to my panel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. Delegate Roberts outlined the bill very well. It is updates to an existing law and one that passed unanimously in the General Assembly back in 2023. 2023 was when we set up this new return of deposits process. And because it was new and we wanted to make sure that it was functioning properly, we intentionally limited the contract contingencies that this return of deposits applied for to those that were the most straightforward. In the years since, that we get questions from our members all of the time. This return of deposits process is working great. Why doesn't it apply to every contingency? And so we feel confident now, having 2 years of experience, that this works very, very well, that we can extend that to all contract contingencies, namely financing was the big one that was excluded. But if something does go on within the transaction, something where the seller feels maybe the buyer wasn't being on the up and up, maybe they don't feel like they want to release that money, then we still do have the general court process and the mediation process, which are outlined if they do want to dispute that return. We also put some clarifying language in there on mediation to clear up that process of how to dispute the return of the deposit. What we were seeing is people would put in a letter that says, I intend to seek mediation, but never actually filing for mediation. They need to take that action to file, to start the process of the return of deposit, and not just find another way to hold up its release by saying, yeah, I intend to do something. So those are the two main parts of the bill. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
You got
Delegate. Oh,
no.
You didn't push your button.
Yes.
Oh, you.
Madam Chair, from a practical standpoint, does this bill help reduce delays and dispute over escrow deposit by establishing clear timelines?
Yes, I would say that this shortens some of the existing timelines, but the reason why this was put in statute originally was that the seller had to affirmatively agree to release the escrow if the deal fell through, and the seller, by doing nothing, by refusing to sign the release, held up those escrow deposits. And there are title companies and real estate brokerages that are sitting on escrow accounts that they have had for years because neither side will agree what to do with them. And particularly for buyers, for first-time buyers, that may be all of the savings that they have. That's everything they've saved up for their purchase. And if they can't get it back, then they don't have the opportunity to make an offer on the next property.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1029. That concludes the bill hearings for today, but don't everyone leave. But that does conclude the hearings.